I'm just gonna wait. No one's even online, but I'll wait. You guys will pop up. I know you guys. I know. Oh, we got one person. Just letting you guys know I'm on Discord right now. So if you guys want to do a like a video chat, I am all ears. Whoever wants to talk to me, I'm on Discord. I will put the code. Hello, Alex. If anybody wants to talk to me on Discord, I am open. I just put the URL on chat. Just click on that URL, and I will be open. We can have a dialogue. It'll be fun. Hello, Sean. If you guys want to, again, if you want to have a chat on Discord, I am on Discord. Let's see. Alex, the URL's up there, but I'll put it for you again. There it is, right there on chat. Juan Luis. Hello, Juan. Let's see here. Hello, Akebara, whatever. Juan Luis Galvan, if you're online, give me a call, or I guess I'll try to call you. If that. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, I'm still. Let's see, Discord. Discord is a little bit confusing. Juan Luis Galvan, if you are, if you want to chat, I'm on Discord. I know you're on Discord, so just give me a call when you want to. Akebara, if you want to call me, yeah, feel free to call me. Let's see. Or maybe I can just call in. I got to get my glasses on. I'm turning blind, guys. Good grief. Yes, I do. Marco Diviano, please, yes. I'll put the link in chat. And just give me a call when you want to. Let's see. Hello? Hello, hello. People get on Discord and then they don't call. Like they just send me messages like, oh no, the reason why I have Discord up is for people to call me, so if they want to chat. Let's see. I'm just joining my Facebook live feed. Let's see. Robert Leslie. Hey, I've been researching the Vietnam War, and I was wondering if you have any thoughts on South Vietnamese President Ngo Dinh Diem. Believe it or not, I actually have a book about the life of Nicole Diem. I have not read it though. I wish I had read it earlier, because I would be able to answer your question. But I'm just going to tell you what I have heard about this guy. I heard that he was a good Catholic leader, and that America essentially uh, threw him under the bus, so to speak. But that's all I pretty much know. Unfortunately, the older you get, the more your body betrays you. Yes, absolutely. I have learned to wake up with aches and pains, and I ignore it. Plus, it's my fault why I have certain aches and pains, because when I was in my late teens, basically when I was 19, and pretty much all throughout my 20s, I was doing a lot of strenuous exercise. I was doing a lot of kickboxing, and I was sparring with guys, and I was doing a lot of running, and I messed up my body. I got a lot of injuries. I broke my ribs twice. Until this day, I have pain in my ribs. To this day, it just doesn't want to go away. I broke my foot from doing a lot of kicking, and to this day, I have pains in my feet, especially my right foot. So yeah, it's just, I don't know, sports, and I think sports, if you don't do it moderately, it eventually does the opposite of what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to keep your body healthy and strong, but if you do it too excessively, it ends up actually ruining your body. Hello, Panzer CO. Some guy named Panzer CO has joined my Discord. Okay, that's a funny name. Panzer, if you're listening, if you want to call me, go ahead. Let's see here. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I gotta start doing screen sharing. I know how to do screen sharing for pre-recorded videos, but for some reason, like it's confusing to do screen sharing for YouTube. Maybe I can do it on YouTube. I'm not sure. Anyway, let's see here. Do you consider yourself a Roman Catholic brother? Yes, I do. I consider myself Catholic. Even though I've had some weird ass experiences in the Catholic world, I still consider myself Catholic. In light of the fact that the Catholic Church has a beautiful history, the Catholic Church has the sacraments, but the problem is that the Catholic Church is full of freaks. It really is. It really is full of freaks, and it's not just an American thing. Some people think it's an American thing. It's a universal problem. Hello, Kovrig Theodore. Hello. Let's see. John Samnight says, "Hi Ted, great videos. Can you talk about the background of the 1848 revolutions?" From what I've heard, there was a lot of starvation. Not really starvation, but there was a lot of food shortages that went on. More and more people were moving to the cities. People were leaving the farm countries. So the farm country was hurting a lot. The farming industry was hurting a lot. There were food shortages. And because there were food shortages, the price of food went up exorbitantly. And people were paying half of their income to buy food. And what most people could afford was bread and potatoes. And so things like, a lot of hatred towards the government was becoming more and more ubiquitous. And also the idea, the concept of nationalism was becoming more and more accepted, and it was becoming more real. It had a really strong presence in Europe. So in the year 1848, there was a revolution in France. There was a revolution in Germany. There was a revolution, I think, in Denmark. There was revolutions all over the place. Panzer, hold on. I think, can I live stream from Discord? I have no idea. How do I live? I don't know how to do this. Panzer was going to call up, but he says he has to eat dinner. This would take your time, man. Don't worry. Let's see here. Yeah, so there were all these revolutions, and the only country that had a successful revolution was France. Germany tried to do a revolution. It did the revolution, and then the people who did the revolution wanted to create a unified German country, but they gathered together at the Frankfurt Parliament building, and the problem was that the conservatives and the liberals couldn't really agree that much. They couldn't really agree on much of anything, so they couldn't successfully do a unification of the country at that time. But in 1871, Germany finally unified itself. So Germany eventually got unification, but a lot of people think that the German Revolution of 1848 was a failure. But there was a revolution against Austria because Austria controlled much of Germany, and a lot of Germans were loyal to Austria, but at the same time, a lot of Germans wanted to break free from Austrian power. And they had the idea of creating their own German state, free from the Roman Catholic Austrian power. When Germany decided to finally unite as a country, and Germany didn't unite without bloodshed. There was bloodshed that was done. And once the bloodshed was over, the Germans didn't want to include Austria. They did not want to include Austria as part of Germany because Austria is a very Roman Catholic country, so they didn't want that. Let's see here. Alex says sports is suicidal. In a way, it is. Yes, sports is suicidal, but so is gluttony. So you have to have a balance. I think that a good way to keep yourself moderately active is to just have a hobby like gardening. I think if you have a hobby like gardening, that really helps. Chicken raising is also cool if you have a big enough backyard, and you don't need that much space. You need I don't know, 12 by 8, a 12 by 8 space, and you could build a coop and put 8 chickens in it. And every day you'll get eggs every day, and every 2 days you'll have a carton. It's crazy. It really is crazy. And they give you eggs, and they're really cute too. Chickens are really adorable little animals. Let's see. Sean says, I played football through high school, and that definitely does a number on your body that you still feel. Yeah. Injuries don't go away. People get injuries, and I'm recovered. You still got aches and pains. When you watch cage fighting, what a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of the fighters who go into those cages are going in there with aches and pains. A lot of them do. They're going in there with bruised ribs or a messed up elbow, because somebody pulled their elbow when they were doing jiu-jitsu training, and they have all sorts of problems. Leads to all sorts of complications. It's the reason why what was the name of that fighter? I don't remember. I forgot his name. He was a very famous fighter. That says a lot. But I remember he said that Forrest Griffin, that was his name. I remember Forrest Griffin. He was a UFC fighter, and he said that it came to the point where he literally couldn't brush his teeth because his shoulder was just strained so much from training. Patrick Creedon. Hey, Ted, what do you think about the atheist claims of God being genocidal? That's a good question, actually. God being genocidal. Well, what does genocide mean? Genocide is the systematic attempt of exterminating an entire people because of their race or because of their religion. I would say that God, I guess I don't know. I mean, God, there's certain parts of the Bible where God says, "I want to kill all of these people," and He kills a lot of people. But because see, people could say it's genocidal because God kills them and He wants to exterminate certain people. But the reality is that because God created all of us, He can take us away. So I don't really consider it genocidal. Um, I mean, it's like saying, I build a building. I built an entire building, and now I want to demolish it because the building has a lot of problems. It's old. It's dying out. I'm just gonna destroy it. It's like, well, you're a terrorist. Terrorists destroy buildings, so you're destroying it. It's like, no, I'm just getting rid of a building. You've talked about Augustin Baruel and the French Revolution. What do you think about his claims on the Illuminati? I think his claims on the Illuminati are 100% accurate. I don't really have an issue with them. I think that he documents everything that he says. He gives names. Like here's my issue with a lot of people. A lot of people, they get on the radio or they get on YouTube or whatever, and they're like, it's the problem is you have multinational corporations that are behind this, and they never name a corporation. I don't mind if you want to mention multinational corporations, that's fine, but give me some names. A great book to read is Anthony Sutton. Anthony Sutton is a great author. He wrote a lot of good books, and one of the books that I really enjoyed from him was Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler. And it's a great book, and he talks about multinational corporations that helped Hitler, and he names them all. He gives documents. He gives the names of the companies. He gives the names of the people in the companies who supported Hitler. And I love that. It's like, wow, documentation, evidence. I can believe this. I don't mind conspiracy theories. People talk about, conspiracy theories are all bullshit. I don't mind conspiracy theories at all. If you can back it up, I'm with you, man. If you can back it up, give me names, give me documents, give me articles, give me newspaper clippings, give me any sort of veracity. I'm right there with you. People talk about 9/11, and people say that 9/11 was people say that if you say that 9/11 was an inside job, you're an idiot, you're crazy and all that. But it's like, there's I've looked pretty deeply into a lot of the weird stuff revolving around 9/11, and a lot of the weird stuff that happened before 9/11 and during 9/11. And it's pretty wild. It's like, there's a bunch of interesting things. For example, two of the hijackers, I don't remember their names, but two of the hijackers were sought after by the authorities in New York City because they knew that these guys were up to no good. What happened? FBI said, "Don't touch those guys. They're ours." Then you find out that the CIA expedited both of their visa processes, gave them the visas, even though they all knew these people were terrorists. You read stories like that and you think, this is pretty wild. It's pretty wild. And then all the whole right-wing apparatus, for years, I remember we're talking about how Iran was behind 9/11, and yet they could never give a shred of evidence. But the amount of evidence of Saudi Arabia having an involvement, having a hand in 9/11 is legion. It's amazing. It's absolutely profound how much evidence there is to show a Saudi connection to 9/11, and yet you don't really see anyone in the upper echelons of American power talking about Saudi Arabia. It's all about Iran. And it's like, why? Why is that? It's very strange. Very strange. Canada Dry is my favorite soda pop. I love Canada Dry. Delicious stuff. Is it even Canadian? I have no idea. Let's see here. I'm too shy to call. Can't take the fame of being like, dude. I'm not famous. Come on, this is just like a small number of people listening. It's not a big deal, but it's your choice. God bless you, my brother in the faith. God bless you too, Marco. Hunter, do you believe the Ottoman Empire is on the rise? Yes, I do. Guys, I appreciate the text, but I would love it if you guys would call. I prefer voice conversations. I just put the link of the Discord, of my Discord, on the chat. Please, if you guys want to talk, give me a call. I'm all here. Oh, someone is calling. Awesome. Hello, hello. Hello. I can't hear them. Hello? Hold on a second.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can. 1 second. I'm on my phone. I hope it's working.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Where are you calling from?
It's middle of the night. I'm from Finland.
Oh, Finland of all places. Awesome. That's crazy. Finland is that's an interesting country. You're right next to Russia.
Yeah.
Right next to Russia. And do you have a question or a comment? What's on your mind?
Yeah, I know you just said like you wish someone called. Well, I guess I have a few questions.
Sure, yeah.
Like, okay, so I'm first of all like I'm a Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
No, I know you guys have a little bit different like take on it probably because I've read from I've read Shabbat.com for some years now. Like every now and then.
Sure.
And I think you had like one article at least that considered Sedevacantism, but so basically I'm a Sedevacantist Catholic.
Okay.
No, you can disagree with that. That's fine. I understand, But my point is like, so you talk a lot about like how you consider yourself a Catholic, but the church nowadays is like basically just off the roots that it used to be, So like, what do you think about the current church hierarchy and Freemasonry?
That's a good corrupt. It's bad to the core. It's rotten to the core. There's not really a whole lot of good people in the priesthood, even in the lower level priesthood, like in the just their normal priesthood. There really isn't a whole lot of people that are really fighting the fight against evil, fighting the fight against the homosexual problem, fighting the fight against the fact that so many priests have engaged in predatory behavior, against children or young men. So I think that the church hierarchy is awful. It's awful. I have really not much good to say about it. Freemasonry, I think that there is a Masonic connection. I've heard that there have been a number of bishops who are Freemasons, but looking at the history of Freemasonry, the fact that Freemasons were, without a doubt, involved in the French Revolution. They were involved in the priesthood. They were involved in numerous revolutions, including the American Revolution. I would say that it wouldn't really surprise me if Masons were involved in the current problem in the church. Even though I can't, I should look more into it. It just makes sense to me, just given the history of Freemasonry in Europe. If they have been involved in so many different rebellions, then they probably have been involved in the rebellion in the Catholic Church as well. Because I think the core tenet of Freemasonry, or one of the core tenets, is universalism. The idea of uniting all religions, and we see this sort of thing in the Vatican tremendously. not just with Islam, but also Judaism, and also now we have the whole thing with Pachamama in South America, worshiping a mother goddess. So it's pretty abominable.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The thing that pushed me off the edge, like with the whole, the basic church hierarchy, is that there's so much of this, like I guess I would call it like lukewarmness, in the sense that they don't even really talk about like converting people anymore, even like people who are Muslims or atheists or whatever, not Christians. It's just like really ecumenism kind of thing. I couldn't take it.
Yeah, there's a lot of it, and I don't blame people for going to the SSPX or going to maybe even Sedevacantism. I can't blame people for going to that side, even going down to that side. Even though I may not completely agree with your conclusion, I don't blame people for doing that.
Yeah. Another question.
Sure.
Like, I've read your stuff and watched your videos, so I sort of understand I think you have a pretty objective point of view to a lot of things, compared to a lot of people. They're either like for example, the Israel question, like
sure,
often like two sides. There's the evangelicals who are like whatever is pro-Israel is good. And then there's the other side that is like everything is the fault of the Jews,
yeah.
So like, but can I just like ask, like, what should we think about like Israel and the Jews in relation to things like, I believe in the whole Freemasonic, theories and stuff, but it's like it's just the fact that a whole bunch of them, like so many of the big Masons are Jewish, and the whole, like, much of the like rich elite are Jews, and a lot of the bad people in politics are Jews. But like still, I'm not like how do I say? I'm not one of those people who really wants to blame them for everything. Sometimes I feel like they're actually more responsible for many things that I even, realize. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I think when it comes to, okay, so it's very simple. Jesus came as the Messiah. Most of the Jews rejected him. The Jews that accepted him, they worshipped the true Messiah of Israel. And anyone who worships the true Messiah of Israel is following the authentic spirituality of Israel. The people who reject Christ are not following the authentic spirituality of Israel. So they're really just heretics. They're really just heretics, or they're atheists. I think that we need to have a balance. I don't think we should get on our hands and knees and revere the Jews and worship them. I don't think the Jews want that either. And I don't think that, but at the same time, we go too far when we start sympathizing with Hitler, or we start sympathizing. We think, oh, the Nazis were right, and blah blah blah. No, we can't go that far. But I think that it's okay to criticize Israel. I think it's completely okay to criticize Judaism as a religion. I think it's completely okay to point out the fact that there are a lot of Jews who are involved in a lot of evil. But at the same time, I don't think we should start supporting genocide or anything like that.
Yeah. I was planning on doing that either. It's just,
no, I know. I never thought. It doesn't seem like you're the type of guy that would do that. Even though I don't know you, but you sound like a decent guy.
Yeah, I'm a decent guy.
So you're from Finland?
Yes.
Wow. And your language, isn't the Finnish language like it's like the most distinct language in Europe? I think Hungarian and Finnish are like the most distinct languages.
I think they're pretty distinct. Like, it's it's not like one of the Slavic languages, or I don't know the language groups, but it doesn't sound like any of our neighboring countries.
Yeah, because Swedish and Norwegian, they sound very similar.
Yeah, they're like Danish, Swedish, Norwegian, they're like part of the same thing.
Yeah.
And then German also, to an extent, it has like very similar like elements to it among those languages.
Yeah.
Finnish is totally different, and it doesn't sound like any Slavic language.
Yeah, isn't it like Ugaric? Ugaric?
Sorry?
Isn't Finnish like Ugaric? It's an Ugaric language, Finno-Ugaric language.
Something like that. I don't know.
Okay.
I forgot. We had that back in school, but it's been years.
Yeah. But anyway, you sound very tired, so I don't want to keep you up.
No, it's cool. It's late anyway. It's all my rhythm is like sleep rhythm is screwed anyway.
Your sleep routine is out of whack. Is it because you are you in school? Are you studying a lot?
Yeah, I'm in business school.
Okay. Yeah, that explains it. And how is the society in Finland? Is it very liberal? Is it very atheistic, or like how is it generally?
Like, how should I say? Like, similarly, I think as in probably in the US, like there's a lot of people who don't push these leftist things, but they're quiet about it. We don't also have that kind of vocal resistance either, like you have. Like, the right in the USA can be very like vocal about it, but here, like, it's mostly if someone is being vocal, it's the left. So, but I think like Finland is pretty bad, and from a Catholic point of view, it's bad because like it's a Lutheran country, and Catholics of any sort here are very, very rare.
Yeah, I never knew that they were Catholics in Finland. I've always thought of it as kind of like a very secular country.
Yeah, it's a very secular country because of Lutheranism. Because like okay, so here it's common that like most kids when they're born they're baptized into the Lutheran Church, but it's just like what you call like cultural Catholicism,
right?
Worse than that, like they just do a few rituals and that's it. They don't even believe in anything.
Sure, yeah. It's a fascinating society. I've never been to Northern Europe. I've only been to Southern Europe. I was in Italy and Spain also.
I love Italy.
Italy is cool. I think Spain is really, really nice. I prefer Spain over Italy.
I've never been there.
Yeah, Spain's very nice. I think I had more familiarity with the people there because I used to live in Mexico, so Spain and Mexico are very similar. Even though the Spanish don't like it when you say that, but they are very similar, and so I got along with people pretty well there. Yeah. Anyway, I have some other people who want to get on the line. Is there anything else you want to ask or say?
Not really. So, but anyway, if there's gonna be more live streams like this in the future, I'll check them out.
Yeah, definitely. You can call in again.
Thanks.
All right, sir. All right. God bless you.
God bless.
All right. Bye. All right. I got someone else here. Let me give this guy a call. Hello. Hello, Panzer CO. Or is it Panzer Co. or Panzer CO?
I'd like it as Panzer CO, like Panzer Commanding Officer or Panzer Company. But
gotcha. Where are you calling from?
Alabama, actually.
Oh, Alabama. Cool. I've been to Alabama before. It's a nice state.
Oh, really? I did not know that.
Yeah, years ago I went to Alabama. I forgot which part it was, but it was like a town that had a railroad track going right through it. It was very, very unique.
Oh, nice. I'm down in the southern part.
Mm-hmm.
I love it out here. Nice and beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was like, you were laughing about my name, right? I was like, oh God, I hope he doesn't think I'm some Nazi supporter.
I was hoping you're not. I was like, I hope he's not one of these guys who like LARPs as a Nazi or something.
Oh no, I love the Panzers from the German Wehrmacht back in the day.
Okay.
I also love some of the Russian tanks. I'm a tanker. I love playing like games like World of Tanks.
Oh, really? When I was in go ahead.
No, I just finished. I said it was just a whole bunch of tank games.
Sure.
Any other game, I
Sure.
like being a tanker too.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying when you were at what?
Oh, when I was younger, I had a video. The first video game that I got was a tank game. It was like Battle Tank something. I don't remember what it was called.
I grew up on tank games, so it stuck with me.
Yeah. Which current day tank? I'm not talking about World War II, but like in the modern day, which tank do you think is the best?
For the longest time, I thought it was the Abrams, but Russia came out with that T-14 Armada. It looks very nice, but I don't know if it's the best yet because it hasn't been combat tested yet. Combat tested ones, I would say, are Abrams, but I think that's starting to change because the Germans brought out a nice Leopard they've been working on. And like you, I honestly suspect the Germans are trying to get their empire back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. Well, if you look at have you ever checked out the Bundeswehr's tank, the tank of the German armed forces today?
Yeah, that's the Leopard.
Yeah, the Leopard. I heard they're like revamping it and they're trying to make some really good ones because the tanks that the current day tank that they have is kind of lacking.
That's I forget what generation they call it, but it's older. They're working on a third model of it now.
Yeah. They're revamping it. But do you think that tanks? Do you think that one day they're going to be like completely outdated and not really useful anymore, or do you think they're still going to be used?
In some regards, yes, but not like they were back in the day. I hate to say it because I'm such a tank fan. But the way digital warfare is going, like let's say World War III broke out today, maybe they would be used a bit more conventionally. But in the next 10, 20 years, I don't even know at this point.
Yeah, because I think in the future there's going to be a lot of artificial intelligence, like robotics and things like that, and I think they want to make unmanned tanks, like tanks that roam around without any people in it. Yeah.
Company. Actually, it was you that made me crap myself when I read about what was it, Eater Project or a robot that basically eats people.
Oh yeah, Andrew wrote about that years ago. That was wild. I didn't really believe it until when I first heard it. Then I read into it. I said, "Wow, this is real." Yeah, it's weird.
The people at DARPA make some crazy, like they think of all the craziest things. I mean, I get you have to think outside the box, but that's just pretty sick.
Yeah, it is sick. Anyway, do you have like a question or a comment, or what's on your mind?
Well, I definitely wanted to say thank you for your book, Christianity at War. Well, I'm Sarge on Facebook, by the way. But
oh, Sarge, how are you doing? Yeah, I didn't know. Sorry.
Sorry, I have all different names, all sorts of different things.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm doing great. Finally get to talk to you in person about the book because I absolutely love it. Let me become an Orthodox Christian.
Oh wow, that's amazing! Because I had people who are Orthodox. They tell me that I'm a heretic or something, but it's like, hey, somebody actually became Orthodox because of something that I wrote. So.
Yeah, I don't know some of the Orthodox guys that say that. It's like this book's pretty historical and very accurate. How you just dismiss it like that? It's like. Yeah, I don't see too many brothers heretical per se, like many others. That's more because we share 1,000 years of history before the two split. It's tragic. And I was on my way to church. I was literally split down the middle because being a evangelical growing up, and then hearing things like Filioque and all this. Oh my God, the headache.
What's your view on some of the Orthodox Catholic disputes over theological matters?
Theological matters, some of them are absolutely confusing, so I try to not dive too deep until I get a better understanding of both sides. Because I'm relatively new to the faith. I mean, the reason I stuck with Orthodoxy per se is because they seem to be more unchanging the last 2,000 years.
Right.
It feels like it's a lot. And like I said, I was really on the dividing line for a long time, but it is fascinating to study. I love all the history because I'm a history buff. So.
Yeah, I think that I kind of envy the Orthodox world, because when you go to these Orthodox churches, or when you look at these Orthodox churches in Eastern Europe, they have this very old beauty to it, and it's very rustic, and they have the candles, and it just seems very real. Like this is a religion. You know, it gives you immediately the message that this is a spiritual place. And they are Catholic churches that are like that, but you have to be fortunate to either live around one, or maybe if you go to Europe, though, the Catholic churches in Europe, especially in Italy and Spain, they're very different from, generally speaking, from Catholic churches in the United States. When you go to a Catholic church in Italy, it is just, the difference is like a different planet. You walk into this church and they got stuff from the 13th century, 15th century, the beautiful candles, the incense, the artwork. It's very, very profound. Very profound. I mean, when you walk, like I think a church needs to be a place that when you walk into it, you immediately get the feeling that you're in a spiritual place. And if you walk into a place and you're getting the feeling that you're in a hotel lobby, or if you're in a some like business meeting or whatever, it just doesn't work, you know. And a lot of actually all evangelical churches are like this, and a lot of Catholic churches have adopted this style, and it's very sad. Very sad. Yeah.
Like I talk and argue with so many former current atheists that were all former Protestants. They told me like they're tired of all the shallowness, all the, you know, they can't answer any of the simple questions. They just say, "Oh, you just have to have faith," and it just has driven so many to atheism. And
are these former Catholics, or are these former evangelicals?
Former evangelicals.
Yeah. That's a big problem. That's a very big problem. You see this in the Catholic world also, but one thing I've known, Christian experience, it's like is that the mother in the family, like both parents were hippies, they took drugs, they partied all the time, blah blah blah, and then something happens when the kid becomes a teenager, that the mom becomes really religious, and then the father, he's so used to just, you know, not really doing anything religiously, that he doesn't want anything to do with it, and he's just like, okay, or he gets dragged into it, but he doesn't want to be there. And one thing that I have noticed is that kind of environment is just, it's very, very conducive to atheism. The kid is going to become an atheist. I mean, it's almost inevitable.
I was struggling with it for a long time, and I did become one at one point. I came back to evangelicalism, and that was and I started losing faith in it again, and then I started following you because Mom found you. And I was like, okay, and I started reading more and more of your articles. I'd even talked about them up at church, and oh my God.
Which church? Was it Orthodox or Protestant?
Back when I was still Protestant.
Oh, okay.
Back when I was living in Texas. I told one of the articles that you had written, or it was either you or your dad or something, about if you do not hate as God hates, you can't love him. And I can't pay the flag I get over stuff. So bad. But sadly, most of them now, after that church split and went all their separate, ways. A lot of them have been very indifferent pro, like not directly, but indirectly pro homo.
Yeah. The evangelical churches, they have a lot of susceptibility to that. And I think like the reason why this happens, man, we can talk about this for hours.
Oh yeah.
But if I had to like try to put my finger on it, I would say that I would say it's because evangelical churches, in a way, are built very much like they're they have marketing firms. It's all about marketing. So when you go to an evangelical church and you go, there's the coffee, there's a Starbucks, the music is very modern. It's all about emulating the trends. It's all about marketing to the people. And if Sodom it becomes popular, then it becomes popular. That's it. You have a great example of this is Pat Robertson. Pat Robertson is the perfect example of this.
Yeah.
Perfect example. My God. Okay. I have never spoken to Pat Robertson personally, but I have been to his studio. I was one time my dad was interviewed by Pat Robertson in the studio, and I was in the studio. So I saw Pat Robertson from a distance, right? I was sitting in the studio, but I never talked to him. And Pat Robertson is oh man, it's very fascinating. Pat Robertson, he comes across as like traditionalist and you know, pro-Israel, and it's all about family values. Now he is, and I actually did not know this until you sent me the video yesterday. Believes in evolution. Pat Robertson believes in evolution. He says if you don't believe in evolution, you're stupid. This is what he says. You're stupid.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, I got so small my sins to be it, or you ain't gonna believe it. I still can't believe it.
Yeah, and then he now believes women's bodies and
he's a total heretic, and I keep telling this to my mom. It's like he does so many good works. I was like, Mom, Muslims, Mormons, all these others do good works. What about that? And then she'll shut up. But she drives.
Yeah, and the thing is that the fascinating thing about the Pat Robertson studio is, and I'm going to get a little bit conspiratorial in this conversation here, but who cares?
All the conspiracy theories pretty much come to pass recently. So
yeah, exactly. Pat Robertson's studio is located in Virginia, and if there's one thing that we all know about Virginia is that it's the head of all American intelligence, and a lot of CIA activity comes from Virginia. Maryland, those two states are hop. They're basically like they're like the headquarters for the American intelligence apparatus. And I think one of the reasons for that is because Virginia was the head of the South. And so after the Civil War, America wanted to kind of make sure that Virginia would never do that again. So they just put all their intelligence guys there. I could be completely wrong about that, but that's just my suspicion. Yeah, it's an interesting subject, but it's the head of the CIA. It's the American intelligence apparatus is headquartered in Virginia, and the 700 Club. It's really interesting. They have a if you ever see the studio, right? They have the main studio, and then a little short walking distance from the main studio, they have a little studio, a smaller studio. And that smaller studio is for their broadcasting network in the Middle East. So they broadcast to the Middle East from this smaller studio in Virginia. And they in the big studio, it's all about pro-Israel, and Israel's great, and we have to pray for Israel, we have to support Israel, et cetera, et cetera. And then in the little studio, everybody hates Israel. I am not joking about this. I saw it myself. My father went into this little studio, and there were all these Middle Eastern guys everywhere. They were Egyptian, Moroccan. There was a Lebanese guy there. There was Middle Eastern people from all areas of the Middle East in this studio. The whole Middle East was in this studio. And And they were telling my dad, don't talk about Israel. Don't ever say anything good about Israel. We criticized Israel in the studio. Everybody hates Israel in the studio. And in this very studio, they had Musab Hassan Yusuf, aka the Green Prince, and he's the guy who, you know, he was the son of a big Hamas leader, and then he converted to Christianity supposedly, and he became a pro-Israel guy. And they had the Green Prince in the studio, and the Green Prince in that studio said in Arabic, if you know that someone's going to blow up a bus in Israel, do not report it to the authorities because Israel is the enemy. This guy actually said this in the studio interview. And then my father exposed it. My father took the video, translated it to English, put it on the internet, and the people at the 700 Club called up my father, and he started yelling at my dad, demanding that he remove the video. My dad said, wait a second. I thought you guys were all pro-Israel. Why would you want this video coming from the 700 Club? They wanted that video there. They were completely okay with that video. Completely okay with it. They did not want anyone exposing it. So the way I look at a lot of these big Christian media institutions, be it the 700 Club or be it the TBN Club, the TBN studio in California, the way I look at both of these entities is that they are basically they're basically the religious extensions of American propaganda. That's the way I look at it.
Hearing that really, I've had the theory of that, but not any real substantial evidence other than a few of the articles I've seen y'all write. That really just cements my.
Somebody in chat just asked me, is it a psyop? And I'm going to say I suspect that it is. Yes, I think there's some kind of psychological operation that has been being done and continues to be done through these media entities. Yeah. So another thing also. Here's another interesting story. There's a big church franchise in American Christianity. It's called Calvary Hill or is it Calvary? Yeah, Calvary Hill. Yeah, Calvary Hill churches are huge. They're a franchise. They're all throughout the United States. And they have a Calvary chapel in every state. Okay. And my father went to one of the biggest Calvary chapel churches in the country. It's in, I think it's in Chino Hills in California. And the pastor asked my dad to come into his office. So my dad went into his office, and there was in the office, former director of the CIA. I forgot his name. Let me look the name up real quick. Hold on. He was a former CIA director. Oh my God, I forgot his name. But this guy was in the office with the pastor. And my dad's like, what are you doing here? And this guy was like, oh, I'm just here to do some work with the church. So I think that these big religious entities in America are used as conduits for American operations in the United States. They want to make sure that, like, for example, patriotism is something that's heavily instilled through these religious institutions. And America wants that. America wants people to be patriotic. Of course, like if you want to maintain your state, you got to make sure that people love America. So church is a great place, is a great medium by which to do that. Yeah. No, go ahead.
I mean, when I was reading all your stuff, it really makes sense about the Protestants literally being just the way they started in Germany. And they turned the church from a place where heaven meets earth to a place where you just be a good patriot and you're a good Christian.
Right. Yes, and that's the problem. It's all about, there's nothing wrong with patriotism. Like, there's nothing wrong with having a country and making sure that the country remains united. There's nothing wrong with that. You want to keep cohesion in society. I understand that. But my problem is you have two studios in the same premise, in the same premises, within the same area. They're right next to each other. One studio is telling you to revere Israel. The other studio is saying it's okay to kill Jews. It's very bizarre. When I see that sort of thing, it's just absolutely bizarre to me. Absolutely bizarre.
Masonic or the Freemason doctrine of attack your enemy while trying to be on his side at the same time.
Yeah, it's the two different messages coming from the same place, and the fact that the Green Prince, Musab Hassan Yusuf, he was Mr. Pro-Israel one moment, and then the next, now he's an atheist. He doesn't even believe in God, and yeah, he's an atheist. He has this really weird metrosexual look now. He dyed his hair blonde. It's just bizarre. I mean, the whole thing is very questionable.
Oh,
yeah.
And that's another thing that really takes people away from the evangelical. Like one thing that I noticed is they all look like businessmen. They don't look like, someone that is supposed to be head of the church per se.
Yeah.
And when I first saw Roman Catholics and Orthodox, I asked about this, and they said, "Oh, they're just glorifying men." But looking back then, I was like, "But you're dressed in a business suit. How are they glorifying men? They're wearing more crosses on them, and everything is pointed to Christ. While you're in a business suit, I can't tell the difference between a Wall Street investor and you."
Yeah, exactly. It's very corporatist. There's and I remember I used to go to this church in California, and I went there for a number of years. It was an evangelical church, but it was pastored by a Calvinist, and he was a very fanatic Calvinist. But for a while, he sort of concealed his Calvinism because Calvinism can be kind of a taboo subject. But then, as he grew and grew more powerful, and his church got more popular, he began to become just overtly Calvinist from the pulpit, and he told every employee in that church that you have to agree to Calvinism in order to work here. And a lot of people left. There was a big exodus in the church, but it was like he wanted complete uniformity. And even if you didn't work in this church, let's say you had a Bible study in this church, you were told if you want to keep your Bible study in the church premise, you have to sign this document saying that you agree to all 5 points of Calvinism. And it was just power-hungry church politics. And it was the first time that I had ever been exposed to something like that. I had never seen anything like that in my life. We left that church. Obviously, yeah, there was no way we were going to stay there. But a lot of people left that church. And I remember speaking to a guy who was working there, and he had left he was an employee in the church. And I never forget it. He asked us to meet him in his quote unquote office in the church. And so it's like you walk into the main building, right, where they have the sermons, and then there's a little room on the side. It's a big church too, really big church. You walk into the room on the side, and you open up the door, and there's a staircase going upwards. So you walk up, and now you're in the upper floor of the church, and there's literally cubicles. It's just a big old giant room with cubicles, like office space. This is like office space. And this guy was telling me that he didn't want to work there anymore because the pastor was a power-hungry maniac, and he wants to force everyone to convert to Calvinism. So it was just bizarre, very bizarre, to see something like that.
Yeah, that is pretty bizarre.
Yeah.
Especially with Calvinism, like, wow, I've never heard from that before.
Calvinist can be extremely domineering and controlling narcissistic people. Extremely controlling. Especially if you look at the new Calvinist movement that popped up in 2000 and I want to say like 2013, 2014, there was a movement that came up. It's not so vocal as it used to be, but it at one point had a very loud presence on the internet, especially YouTube. And they were called the New Calvinists, and they were led by people like, John Piper, and you had, I forgot their other names. It was John Piper, and you had that other Mark Discroll, and a number of other ones, and they were all just super Calvinists, and they were becoming very popular, especially amongst young people. But they were almost militant. The movement itself was almost militant. And I remember debating a guy who was a New Calvinist. His name was Keith Thompson, and the guy was a complete maniac. But you can still watch the debate on YouTube. Just type in my name and Keith Thompson, you'll listen to it. It's one of the earlier debates that I did back in the day.
I might have watched it because I've been a fan here since at least 2008, 2007.
2007?
I've been reading your stuff for a long time. I've liked it. I just don't really communicate.
I was like in high school then. You probably were reading my dad's stuff.
And your dad's stuff, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I'm 28 now, but yeah, I've been reading your.
It's been a while.
Oh yeah, I love it though.
I appreciate it.
Really, because you're the only one that doesn't fall for this right-wing nonsense or the left-wing nonsense. You're one of the few that stays on the straight and narrow. I felt for the right-wing crap for a while.
Well, I did too, man. It's listen. It's not a. It's like we all learned, you know.
When they started really being more open to Sodom, I was like, I thought y'all were for traditional marriage. What the heck?
Right.
And yeah, it's. That's another thing that actually led me to Russian Orthodox is their stance on homosexuality, where they've literally been fighting.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's wild. The whole thing. But I'm, you know, when you read the book that I read, the last book, it took me like 6 years or 5 or 6 years to actually write that book. It took me a while.
You did with it though.
I'm glad you liked it.
I recommend it to all my friends. Actually, me and Nicola's friend Kim actually went and bought it. So I was like, whoa.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, it took me a long time to write it, and I had a lot of. I kind of like put a lot of my heart and soul into it.
I could tell there were like when I was reading about some of the early critics, because I had no idea they don't teach you this stuff in Bible school and the evangelical churches.
Mm-hmm.
I was reading like the early saints and I was getting torn to pieces, ripped up. Like I was working security at the time. I literally closed the book and moved it to the side, went to the bathroom, cried for a minute. No idea. I was like, dang, we have just really made Christianity so shallow here in America.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's very sad to see. It's very sad to see what's happened. But I think that's a universal problem. It's not just an American thing, but like America has had a huge role in spreading that stuff around.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I went to Spain and I saw like American charismaticism, but like on meth, not even on steroids. It's on meth over there. Oh yeah, people for hours. I mean, I'm not even exaggerating. People for hours on the floor, screaming, crying. It was insane. I went to a church in Spain and I saw this sort of thing. I left. It was like for hours. Just, yeah.
I mean, when you're raised up, man, you're taught, oh, this is the Holy Spirit. But when you start looking through the church fathers and the apostolic Christianity, you don't see any of this stuff. It's like, I've been lied to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. But anyway, there's someone else who wants to call in, so I'm gonna take his call. Is there anything else you want to ask or say?
Maybe we can talk again some other time. But this was absolutely fun.
Absolutely.
I'm glad I got to share that. I've been one of your fans for a while. So.
I really appreciate it, sir. Call up, or if you ever want to talk privately, just let me know.
Absolutely, Theodore. I'm glad.
All right, sir. All right. You be well, sir. Okay. God bless. All right. Bye-bye. Okay. There's someone else who wants to call in. Let me see if I can answer some of your guys' questions here. Yeah, see, White is a Calvinist. Sungenis, yeah, Sungenis did some great debates with James White and just crushed James White in all the debates. I think I've seen all of them. The government during the Reagan administration supported Protestant groups going into Central and South America. Yes, absolutely. It's an extension of American operations. Thoughts on Biden? I think he's an old asshole. Are you and Biazad going to do your old podcast again? I've actually asked him to call in. He says he'll try. He's kind of busy. He's got like 6 kids, so. But I hope he calls in. But yeah, I think we should start doing the podcast again. Have you been to Greece, Theo? No, but I would love to. Spanish told me that when they hear Greeks talking from afar, it sounds similar. Yes, I got the same impression listening to Greek. It sounds similar to Spanish. Yes, a lot of O's. Menos, Voros, Goros, Greeks like to say menos, but Spaniards like to say, or Mexicans like to say más o menos. It sounds like Greek, but I'm sure they have different meanings. Orthokristos, I know you're Greek. If you ever want to call up, you can come on Discord and we can have a great conversation. Who are the real kings of the East, as mentioned in Revelation 16? My dad will be on Sunday, so he will be glad to answer that. Chuck Missler is a genius, but I disagree with the Antichrist being European. Chuck Missler is not, or was not, because he passed away, but Chuck Missler was not a genius. Chuck Missler was actually very uneducated. Looking at his commentary, he had he had the worst Bible commentary I have ever read in my life. So no, I would not say he was a very erudite person. Brandon Griffiths says, seeing this makes me proud not to be American. This guy is so uneducated. Ben, if you would ever like to call, I will put the Discord link on the chat, and you can call me up and you can tell me how educated you are. Sean says there was a 9/11 volunteer named Mike Bellone who, while helping clean the wreckage between him and his friend, saw 3 of the 4 black boxes from the planes. I will definitely look into that. Robert Leslie says, I was wondering if you had anything to say about the myth of the clean Wehrmacht. It's a pretty common sentiment amongst conservatives in Germany. But listen, you can always find stories of German soldiers who were good people, and they were German soldiers who were very good people. The film The Pianist illustrates this very well. But at the same time, we cannot support the policy that they were fighting for. They were fighting for the advancement of the Third Reich. Secondly, there were Wehrmacht soldiers who did some pretty bad things. There were SS soldiers who did horrific things. So I think we should just give what is deserved. Like, if they were good German soldiers, then we should definitely acknowledge that. If they were bad German soldiers, then we need to point that out. And we also need to point out that the policies that they were fighting for was very evil and destructive. Brandon says, hi, question. How may a Catholic shape the political landscape of his locale with the doctrines of the faith? Any suggestions? Someone is calling. Okay, hold on. I was going to take your call, but okay, let's just do it now. Hello? Hello? I think hold on. I think your mic is muted. Hello?
Hey, Ted, you there?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm glad to finally talk to you, Ted.
Yes, same here. Yeah, absolutely.
You got a show, so I just want.
No worries.
I've been a big fan. I've got your book. I got your dad's book. I just wanted to know, why does God take so long to punish? Because just what's going on, you think that he would be, on the war path here.
That's a good question. I've actually thought about this myself. There are 2 verses that come to mind. There is the verse in the book of Genesis in which God tells Abraham, your people will go to Egypt, they'll become slaves, and then 400 years later they're going to come back to Israel. And God tells Abraham, I will not do so immediately because the cup of my anger with the Canaanites is not yet filled. So God waited 400 years for the Canaanites to change their ways. And so God is, you have to understand, God has justice, but at the same time, God has love and compassion. And if God has no compassion and it's all justice, then we're all screwed. We're all dead. It's like the verse in the second verse, though. This is not found in the Protestant Bible, but this is found in the Catholic Bible. In the book of wisdom, in the wisdom of Solomon, King Solomon says the people of Canaan were utterly wicked. They were involved in I think this is in Wisdom 12. King Solomon says that the people of Canaan were utterly wicked. They were involved in cannibalism. They were involved in human sacrifice, and they were murdering children, and they were just involved in all sorts of evil things. And he says, yet you waited, and yet you had mercy on these people because you are a merciful God. So those are the two verses that come to mind. If we remove justice and it's all compassion, then it's actually no longer compassion. It's basically just it's debauchery. It's just complete libertineness. You can, it's anarchy. You can do whatever you want. So you need to have, the way I look at it is that justice and mercy need each other to exist. If you get rid of mercy, then it's all retribution. And at that point, it's not justice anymore. It's basically just tyranny. And if you take away justice and you want to just have mercy, then it's anarchy. You can do whatever you want. So there needs to be that balance and that combination of the two, because they need each other to exist. So that would be my answer to that. I think that God is very patient. You have to look at the fruits of the Spirit. There's mercy, there's justice, but at the same time there's kindness and there's patience. What does St. Paul says? Love is kind, love is patient. So God, this is an expression of God's nature and God's character. So you have to put them all together, to have a better understanding of it.
Thank you. No, that's a perfect answer. God, that's exactly what I needed. Calms me down a bit.
Well, I'm glad to calm you down.
Yeah, God. I've been commenting, on Facebook. I've always had these questions. It's just, I'm on the process of becoming a Catholic right now. I don't always have the opportunity to talk to a priest just because of what's going on in California. I've been forced to leave Arizona because my aunt got COVID.
Oh, it's too bad.
I have to do RCIA online. Yeah, Oh, by the way, I think the CIA director you were looking for was George Tenet.
No, it wasn't him. He was this guy was a CIA guy. He wasn't like the top guy, but he was kind of there. Brennan? No, it wasn't Brennan. It was let me look it up real quick. Hold on.
Woolsey, I know Woolsey.
Yeah, James Woolsey, that was his name. Yeah, he was in the CIA. He headed the CIA from 1993 to 1995. Yeah.
Oh God, those dirty guys. Yeah. So.
Sorry, you're in the military?
Yes, I was in the military for 3 years. So about those tanks, the Abrams I was in a heavy infantry unit. So I was dealing with M1 Abrams, Bradleys, Humvees, LMTVs. I was actually deployed to Europe for about 9 months.
Oh wow.
So I can tell you a lot about the Abrams. The Abrams that we had, they were not exactly reliable. They were prone to breaking down. We were actually envying the Germans because their stuff had like heaters.
Oh really?
Comfortable seats.
That's pretty awesome.
We'd be like at a Grafenwehr or at Hohenfels in Germany, which are all these big training areas. And the Germans would always have like the good stuff. They have we would envy them because their stuff wouldn't break down. It'd be our stuff that would break down.
Okay, because I was always told that the American tanks and the Israeli tanks were the best and the German tanks were kind of lacking, but this gives me kind of a new perspective here.
Yeah, because don't get me wrong, the M1 Abrams is a great tank. It is a great design. It was a step forward from the M60. Like the M60 was like garbage compared to the M1. The M1 was introduced in the 80s, and that was now it's like an old tank because it's been around for almost like 40 years. Yeah, it's survivable, but it's kind of a lot of the people that are tankers. We'd be talking in the motor pool all the time. They were like, nah, just it looks good on television, but when you actually have to drive it and actually live in there, it's it can be hell.
What's your view on military life? Is it as bad as people say? Because I've heard people from the military say that it sucks.
Oh my God. Ted, what I'm about to tell you is something that you can only hear from somebody that's been on the inside. You would never believe it.
Okay.
I was stationed at Fort Hood. Fort Hood, from my friends, they'd always call it the black hole of the Army. It's where Army careers go to die. So depending on where you're stationed, the Army could be a good thing or a bad thing. Depends on the base or the people. Fort Hood seemed to get a lot of the bad because you probably heard of the story of the girl that got murdered there at Fort Hood. Like, I was actually there for that.
I went to Killeen, Texas, and it's an absolute shithole.
Yes, it is. Yes, sir. You are 100% correct. Gangbangers and people getting
full of crime.
Guys who would live off it. Yep, they would get their stuff stolen out of their vehicle. I remember one guy got his magazines, like his 30-round magazines, stolen out of his vehicle. Yeah, there's a lot of like military equipment flying around there.
I talked to a guy who used to live there. I went to Killeen years ago because we were doing this big event there, and so I went to Killeen, and I just couldn't believe like people live here. This is like some dystopian film. There was a guy that was driving me around there, and he told me that he used to live in Killeen. He was in the Army, and he said I used to live here, and he said there are gangsters who joined the military just to learn how to use guns.
Yes. I've met one guy from MS-13 who's a cook, and I met two guys who were active members of the Russian mob.
Oh my God.
No, really.
They were from Russia, or they were like American Russian?
They were like American Russians. Like they were talking to me about what they do, knocking people off, all that kind of stuff. It was really surreal. I was like, well, really?
The military sounds really tough.
It can be tough, yes. I mean,
it sounds really tough. Like I'm not even thinking about the drill sergeant stuff. I mean, like the other people around you seems like you're just around criminals and a bunch of crazy people.
I mean, not all of them are criminals. It's just very few. I mean, the Army works really, really hard to try to get them out.
That's good.
They work really. I mean, it is a good thing. I mean, it's not like full of criminals and everybody's looking to hurt each other. I mean, there are some really good people. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've met some of the best people in my life over there. I always hung out with a good crowd, no criminals. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some drug problems in the military. I've seen some people get arrested. I've seen some. I remember one time we got woken up like at 3 a.m. Just to, the entire brigade got woken up just to take a piss test because the drug problem was so bad.
Oh yeah. Did you meet a lot of when you were in the military? Were there a lot of weirdos there, like people who you like you were afraid to sleep in the same room with?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there were some weirdos there. Yeah, there's some people that you'd have to think you'd be thinking twice about them. There's a couple of them. They weren't really physically fit, and they get kicked out for failing PT tests. If you fail like 2 PT tests, they'd kick you out, or they would. Like there's a couple guys like they would intentionally like they couldn't hack the military life, so they try to commit suicide just to get out.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they would do that. But like at Fort Hood, there was like a couple of like speaking of people dying, there was a couple unsolved murder cases. Like one of them was like the only reason why like if it wasn't for the girls that girl that died there, like if it wasn't for her family stirring up the pot, like none of these cases probably would have been solved because they were almost about to let the guy that killed her get away with it. He almost got away with it. Like, they actually discovered that she was killed in like the arms room, and then after that, like they were trying to arrest the guy, and the guy like pulled a gun on himself and killed himself.
Yeah. Do you know when people break in the military and they want to get out? What is the main reason for them having a breakdown? Is it because of the other soldiers around them, or is it because of their superior officers being very ruthless?
Okay, the officers are usually very cool. Like, I mean, some units, the officers can be bad. We had this one officer. I was his driver. He didn't know what he was doing. That's another story. But he wasn't liked by the non-commissioned officers and the enlisted guys altogether. They didn't really like him. He just wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing. But that's just a rare exception. Some of the officers I met were great. They're like West Pointers. They're usually pretty competent in their jobs. But the one thing that causes people to break down, it can be the NCO leadership, and it can also just be the guys around them in the life. There's not really much for them to do. And they might just say, screw this, I need to get out of here because nothing's going on.
Uh-huh.
Or and they either try to kill themselves, or they smoke weed, or they do everything in their power to be incompetent, and then people will just chapter them out and kick them out of the military.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen that happen. Like a couple of the guys, they smoke weed just to get out of the military, so they just get caught and they get a general discharge.
Mm-hmm.
They just want to get out so bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just seems like a very rough place.
Yeah, it can be rough, but for the most part, a lot of the guys, they come out of there and they see that it's bad, but then they just stick with it, and then they do their time and get their honorable discharge and leave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it could be good for them. That's what I did. I mean, I just stuck with it. It was tough, but I did my time, and then I left.
Did you want to leave, or did you miss it?
I missed my friends, but I'm glad I got out.
Mm-hmm.
I had to get out. Like, there was no way that I could try to start school or do anything, maybe productive, maybe make more money than what I made in the military if I had stayed in.
Mm-hmm.
Because we were always going out to the field.
Do you think that why say that you had to get out? Like, is it because you wanted to go to school, or you just hated it?
I just hated it because just the life wasn't just for me. I mean, I can do the routine. I can do it. I mean, I could drive the Bradley. I can drive a Humvee. I can shoot a machine gun. I could do it. It's just, where am I going in my life?
Right. I see. I see.
I'm like, I know I must be better than this.
Right.
I gotta be better than this. That's why I left, because I was gambling on the hopes that I was better than this, and I should do more.
Mm-hmm. Is it true what they say about the military, that like when people see you walking around in uniform, they kind of look up to you, or they want to talk to you, or they like?
Okay, so I know exactly what you're trying to say. So yes, when I got out of basic training and I was at the airport to go to Fort Hood, I was sitting at this restaurant, and this guy just walked over and sat right across from me and said, "I'm going to pay for your lunch."
Oh.
And he paid for my lunch, and we were just sitting there talking. I've had people buy me drinks on airplanes. I've had people give me hugs. People take pictures of me. People just call me sir, and I'm like, I'm not a sir. I'm just a private. I mean,
oh my God. Do you
just look up to me?
Did you find that annoying?
Yes, and in fact, the combat veterans find it even more annoying. Like, a lot of the combat veterans will just be like, "Yeah, thank you," but they kind of find it annoying because they've been through a lot. They've been shot at, almost blown up. Some of them have actually lost friends. Some of them have even killed other people. So when they hear that, it's kind of a little. It's not exactly, people are trying to be patronizing, but in their eyes, it can be seen as patronizing. We're just like, really? It's like, I went through all this, and now you're just telling me that?
Yeah, I think the reason, tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the reason why they're annoyed is because they feel like the praise is not warranted. Because they know within themselves they're just regular people, and they want to be treated like regular people. They don't want to be treated like gods.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, some people, it's like, yeah. At first it's like, oh yeah, I'm a member of, I'm a member of a protected class. But after a while, it's like, okay, hold up, settle down. It's not what you think. I'm not what you think I am.
Right. Yeah, I remember I was on an airplane years ago, and there was a soldier there, and the plane had landed, thank God, and he was taking his luggage off from the luggage compartment above him, and some woman walked up to him and she said, "Thank you for your service." And this guy turns around, and you can tell this is not an insult to him or anything, but you can tell by looking at him that this guy's new to the military. Like, he hasn't. Like, you can just tell by looking at him. Like, that dude looks very young. He was recently in high school, like whatever. And this guy turns around and he's like, "Oh, it pays the bills." Yeah. That's what he said.
Yeah, I've heard that one before.
Yeah, pays the bills. It's a job. It's a job. I remember hearing this from a guy who was a Green Beret. Do you remember Terry Shepard?
No, I actually haven't heard of him.
Oh, he had a okay.
I'm sorry. I mean, I've met Green Berets. I had a Green Beret drill sergeant actually.
Well, Terry Shepard was he had a show on History Channel, and he actually was a Green Beret. I don't know how you guessed that so well, but he was a Green Beret, but he had a show on History Channel on military history, which was a very good show, by the way. I used to watch it every Thursday night in 2010. And one day I sent him an email and I asked him, he's like, hey, would you like to be interviewed by me? And he wrote back to me and he said, sure. So he gave me his cell number. He asked me, he said, give me a call whenever you'd like. I gave him a call and him and I talked for a while. But I remember listening to one of his, he did a radio interview not too long before that. And I listened to him on the radio. Well, I listened to him on the internet actually, but he was doing a radio interview. And he said, the reality about the military is that the military is a giant corporation that has millions of employees. And he said only like 20% of those employees are fighting in combat. He said everyone else is doing what they call logistics, or they're doing enabling work. Like they're necessary because their work enables the combat soldiers. He said, but some people have this idea that if you're in the military, you're automatically going to go to the battlefield, or you automatically have been to the battlefield. And that's just not the case for most people.
That's true.
That's
true.
Yeah.
It's not like the good old days. It's not like, 2006 in the surge when like you had like everybody like in the National Guard units going over there. Those days are long gone. It's like they only send like very few like people like to Iraq or Afghanistan. They don't send the numbers like they used to. Yeah,
because we're not living in the 9/11 era anymore. The early 2000s was the 9/11 atmosphere. And what I heard also was that not too long after 9/11, hello? I think I lost you there. Hello?
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, sorry, I think I lost you. It says you went offline for a second there. But what I heard was that after 9/11, they were literally sending criminals to Iraq. I heard that they were sending criminals. They were sending people who had just got off the joint, and they caused a lot of problems. Made a bad image for the military.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, I can't really say for that. I mean, I remember, they still do one of my friends. They still do the go to war, go to jail kind of thing for people like that. Like I remember he was arrested for grand larceny. And they said, you either go to war or go to jail. So he picked, going in the army. That's how I got a chance to meet him. They still do that. I remember that. I mean, I remember one of my teachers, he was saying that the best soldier he knew was an ex-con. Like, so, I mean, I can't really speak for, I haven't really.
Right. I got you.
I haven't really gone to combat, so I can't really say, like I've seen, criminals, ex-cons in the army causing trouble, but I could believe that it's happened. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there was the whole Blackwater situation, and that made a big mess of things. I remember.
I can't trust mercs.
Now, why do you say you can't trust mercenaries?
I mean, yeah, you pay them top dollar, but unless you can really regulate them, I mean, that's not a very good. That's why I'd like to have my own guys out there. There are rules that they have to follow.
Right.
So,
right.
Machine gunning people. They're not machine gunning, the wrong people. It's like you want them. I mean, it'd be great if, the mercenaries were going after, they do go after, they can go after the bad guys.
Yes.
They're hired, to do, a certain job. Back then, not enough regulation. You got to make sure that, they're not doing anything like that. That was awful.
What I heard was that there were some Blackwater guys who murdered civilians, and there was, and eventually Blackwater had to just change his name. I forgot the new name they have for themselves, but
Academy.
Is it Academy? Okay.
Academy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I never really was too I met a guy who was in Blackwater. Yeah, years ago. He was not a very nice person, but I met a guy years ago. He was supposedly close to Eric Prince, the guy who founded Blackwater. And anytime I asked him about Eric Prince, he got very defensive. I would say, "Oh, do you know Eric? You know Eric Prince?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "So can you tell me more about him?" And man, he was like, "Well, what do you want to know?" And he was just pissed. He got really hostile very quickly. And he would say things that were kind of manipulative. Like he would say things like, "Well," he's like, "Theodore, I'm your friend, and I would never say anything bad behind your back. But if you ever said anything bad behind my back, I would never be your friend ever again." And I had never said anything bad about him. But the fact that he told me that, like out of the blues, like it just wasn't warranted. And I stopped talking to the dude not too long after that because he just gave me the creeps.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, he was kind of a mafia mentality. Well, he told me that he would go on these operations. He said that he was very upset when Obama was president because I met him when Obama was president, and he said that he hated Obama because Obama reduced our pay as mercenaries. And he says under Bush we used to get a lot of money. Then under Obama we started getting less money, and he said that's why he hates Obama. But from what he told me, he was basically like getting calls to go out to Somalia or wherever on the weekends, and he would just kill people. And that's, yeah, he told me he was an assassin. He would kill people. He sometimes would meet people. He told me a story where he met a guy in an elevator and killed him in the elevator. He was paid to assassinate this guy. And I think it was somewhere in Africa, he told me. He didn't give me that many details. He just said, I think he said it was somewhere in Africa, and he was told to assassinate some guy, met him in an elevator and killed him in the elevator. And it was like the guy was very, the way he said it, it was like nonchalant, like it was nothing. And it was just kind of creepy, it didn't make me feel very, very right.
That would set off a lot of alarm bells. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Good thing you stayed away from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, there's one last question I want to ask you, just because this will be my last one.
Sure.
I'll probably take enough of it.
No, it's fun, man. It's fun. I'm going to try to do this every Friday.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I'll try to do this every Friday, so anyone can call me up.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask if, just because I'm trying to, be a Catholic and all that, it's I'm always wondering, just because of where the world's going, I'm always wondering whether I should, either try to do politics or if I should just join the priesthood, say forget it.
Sure.
And I mean, I'm always wondering, what I should do, just because, I'm a young man.
I wouldn't join the priesthood if I were you. If I had to be honest with you about, hold on, hello?
I'm here.
Oh, sorry, I thought I lost you. If I had to be honest with you, I would not join the priesthood. The reason for that is because, for one, if you hated the military, you're going to hate the priesthood. You will hate the priesthood, because in the military, you didn't like being in the military because you felt like you had no purpose in your life, and you were looking for a sense of purpose. So you're in the military, you're stuck in a base somewhere. I don't know all the intricacies of military life, but I'm going to assume like you're stuck in the base, you're doing training every day, nothing's happening, you feel like you're going nowhere. In the priesthood, you're going to be stuck in a place all day. You're going to be stuck in a parish, and then anytime you leave the parish, it's going to be when you have to see a funeral because somebody died. It's going to be when you have to give someone's last rites because they're about to die. It's going to be, it's a lot of work. You're going to be up early in the morning. I've met numerous priests in my life, and I can tell you the good priests that I did meet, and I did meet some decent priests, but the decent priests that I had met, they worked very hard. You wake up early in the morning with not a lot of sleep. You have to do mass early in the morning. And then after that, you got to go see people for funerals, people for weddings, people who want to confess their sins, people who are about to die. And you have to see those people. And that can be disturbing for a lot of people, to see someone who's about to die and then hear their sins, give them their last rites. Then you have to meet people who want to talk to you for some reason because they want some kind of advice on whatever is going on in their lives. And then you got to give mass again in the middle of the day. And then you got to give mass in the evening time. And then, then you go to bed and you wake up and then it's the same thing all over again. And that can break somebody just living that life. Plus, you're going to have to go to, this is one of the weirdest things I ever heard in regards to becoming a priest. You're going to have to go to a seminary, and you're going to be stuck in that seminary for years. You're going to be there for 4 or 5 years. And that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to become a priest immediately, because in order to become a priest, you have to get accepted by the archdiocese. So you have to be accepted by a bishop, and the bishop is going to look at your work, the work that you did, the work that you put your heart and mind in that seminary. And if he doesn't like your work, guess what? You're not going to become a priest. So if you're too conservative, and the bishop in your area is not a conservative and he's a big liberal, and he sees your work, there's a good chance he will reject you. There's a good chance he's going to reject you. And guess what? When you get rejected, you either can leave the seminary, and then you've wasted a lot of money and you've wasted a lot of time, or you can continue on with the hope of getting accepted the next time your work is reviewed for being accepted into the priesthood. So, and then when you're in the seminary, and this is one thing that you will most likely see, and I've heard this from people who have, been in the Catholic system. One thing that you will very likely see in your time in the seminary is homosexuals in the seminary who prey on other men, and they will sexually harass you. They will make very demeaning comments to you. They will make very maybe very predatorial comments at you, and you're not going to feel comfortable at all. So you may just leave. So being a priest it's not an easy decision to make, and it's not something that a lot of it's not going to be good. So I wouldn't recommend it. I just wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, I'm always wondering where to go, what to do.
I mean, what are you good at? I mean, what's your passion in life?
Well, I got films, intelligence, politics.
Okay.
I'm trying to get into one of those. Trying to figure out, is that the right, avenue for me?
Do you have a job? What kind of work do you do?
Let's see. Right now, I'm just trying to pay the bills. I was working at a private investigation company a couple months ago. That's
interesting. Somebody wrote an interesting comment in chat and said that many Orthodox priests are married. So maybe if you want to become a priest, but you don't want to go through all of the hell that I just described to you, you could maybe entertain the idea of becoming an Orthodox priest. I don't know. And in the Orthodox priesthood, you can get married. But correct me if I'm wrong, you cannot get married when you're a priest. But if you're married before becoming a priest, that's okay.
Yeah, like with the Coptic Orthodox Church, because I was actually considering doing the Coptic Orthodox Church before I decided to do RCIA with the Catholic.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a passion for becoming a priest, but you don't want to go through the weirdities that I just described to you, then maybe that's for you. Now, if you want to become a Roman Catholic priest, I think you should investigate your area to see, like, are there good conservative priests? And if they are, then maybe you'll have, I would also ask around, like, if you have a good priest that you're under, he's a good person, he's not a predator, or a heretic, then talk to him and say, hey, I'm interested in becoming a priest. What do I have to do? Should I become a priest? Ask him, like, what type of, like, what's a good seminary to go to? What's a good seminary that's not going to be filled with insanity? And see what he says,
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for answering those questions, Ted. I've just been trying to get that off my chest here.
Sure thing. Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
I'll talk to you on Friday.
All right. I should be here. I should be here on Friday. I'm gonna try to do this every Friday. If I can't, then I'll let you guys know. But I'll try to do this every Friday.
Oh, by the way, when's your father coming out with that new book again?
I'm not entirely sure. He's still working on it. But once he's done, then we will let everyone know.
Sweet.
Yeah, no problem.
Money for that one.
No, I think it's going to be free. I think he's just going to give it for free by internet online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, yeah.
Thank you anyway, Ted. I know you got some callers.
No worries.
God
God bless you, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, that was a fun call. Did you guys have any difficulty hearing his voice? I just want to make sure if the sound is good here. I just started getting into this live streaming thing. I'll try to answer your guys' questions here. Let's see. Did you, Jeffrey Epstein, and Epstein's and Horowitz is come from David Howe? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Let's see here. The militia are gone. Okay, you guys are talking about militias. Who would have won, Alexandria the Great and the Silver Shields versus the Khan's Golden Horde? That's a good question. Who would have won? I'm gonna say the Great Khan. I'm gonna give it to the Mongolians. I'd say the Mongolians would win. The Mongolians, they had the greatest empire in history. I think there was, of course, the American Empire is the greatest that's ever existed. But in the past, the biggest empire in the history of empires was the Mongolian Empire. And so the Mongolians were amazing warriors. The Huns were excellent warriors, and they absolutely struck terror into the hearts of the Europeans. Same thing with the Mongol kingdom of the Mughals. The Mughal Empire was simply an attempt at reviving the Mongolian Empire. So I'm going to say the Mongolians were very good warriors. I mean, Alexander the Great, he was good, but how many like really, really good military forces did he fight? He did defeat the Persians, but the Persians really weren't the best warriors. They weren't. The Persians kind of suck at fighting. They still suck at fighting. He invaded Egypt. Okay. He went all the way to India. Didn't conquer all of India, just conquered the northern part of India. And the Indians they never have really been that known to be good fighters. He did invade Afghanistan. But I think the Mongolians would have a really, they would have at least given Alexander the Great a really big challenge. That's what I would say. Hi everyone. Hello. You're the guy from New Zealand. Hello, Mr. New Zealander. And you are not supposed to have. Okay. Very clear voice. Okay, good to know. Loud and clear. Very good. I was saying Epstein and Horowitz family will come House of David. If you're asking me if Epstein and Horowitz are part of the House of David, I would say no. They are Jews, but they're assholes, so I don't really care about them. The narcos will fold when the U.S. economy goes to hell. Then they will turn to petty crime after. Let's see here. Yeah. If anybody wants to do a conversation on Discord, I'm going to put the link again for the Discord page. I got a bunch of people who have joined me on Discord, but I don't know if they want to talk or whatever. Let's see here. The Romans defeated Persia several times. Yeah, the Persians aren't really, they were never really good fighters. And the Iranians suck at fighting. They're not warlike people. Middle Eastern people in general are not warring people. We're not. Like, we get our asses kicked by everybody outside of the Middle East. Now you can say, well, there were the Parthians, and the Parthians were very good fighters, but the Parthians weren't exactly Iranian. They weren't part of that Achaemenid Persian sphere. The Parthians were a mixture between Iranian and Scythians. They were basically Europeans. And they were very good warriors. And Scythians were very good warriors. Scythians were, part of the Indo-European family. Very good fighters. The Scythians were known all over the world as good warriors. So I don't really include them. I wouldn't equate them to the Achaemenid Persian. The CIA allows drugs to go through the U.S. That is how they fund their black budget. Yeah, they were doing that back in the 80s. That's how they funded the Taliban. Cassia Maria Luz says, thank you. I said, thank you. I'll say thank you back. Orthodox priests are allowed to be married prior to their ordination. Okay, that's what I thought. Do you think that the Antichrist is among us now? I wouldn't know. I have no idea. The Turks were good fighters, but they came from East Asia. Yes, the Turks were very good fighters when they first came to the Middle East. They came in as Seljuks. They were basically from Turkmenistan. They were related to the Mongolians, but then when they settled into the Near East and they became essentially Persian-fied. They mixed with the Arabs, they mixed with the Persians, and they became kind of a new people. And once that happened, they kind of got soft, and they weren't as good as their ancestors were. I kind of sound like an alt-right guy. Weren't as strong as their ancestors because of race mixing. Do you speak Spanish fluently? How many languages do you speak? I would say I speak enough Spanish to get by, but that's it. English is my language. Spanish, I can kind of speak. I could survive. Like if I were stuck in a Spanish-speaking country, like Spain or Mexico, or I don't know, whatever Spanish-speaking country there is, I would get by. I would manage to get by. Plus, at the same time, I would pick up new words and I would adapt pretty well. When I was in Italy, I was stuck in Italy for over 2 weeks. And when I was in Italy for over 2 weeks, most people in Italy don't speak English. They speak, Italian, obviously. But a lot of people in Italy speak Spanish. So people that I had met who spoke Spanish, I would just speak Spanish with them. And I picked up Spanish really, really fast because I lived in Mexico for over a year. So at first I was kind of rusty, but then I started speaking to people in Spanish. And by the first week, I was just, and I would say I was pretty good. I really showed myself that I could adapt pretty well. How about the Arabs, Theo? They conquered a big chunk of land. Yes, the Arabs did conquer a lot of territory, but they would also lose territory quite quickly. A good example of this is Armenia. The Arabs invaded Armenia I think it was in the 8th century or so. And the Armenians put up a huge resistance and killed a lot of Arabs in the process of that. And it was pretty crazy, you know. The Arabs did conquer territory, but they would lose tremendous amounts of territory to the people that they conquered or to other people like the Crusaders. Did you pick up some Hebrew and Arabic from your dad? No, not really. I didn't. Whoever wants to talk on Discord, I am here. Let me see. I actually did a video yesterday. I haven't uploaded it yet. I did a video on my favorite movies. I haven't uploaded it yet. It's such a long video because I was like, okay, how many films did I watch that I really enjoyed? And I kept thinking of more and more. And I wrote all the names down, and then once that happened, I just compiled this list of like over 20 something films, and then when I did the video, I'm like, damn, this is long. Plus, I want to add like some clips from the film. I want to add the thumbnails for the films, and I want to make it more presentable. So I'll have that video out probably by tomorrow morning. Can you talk about Franco in Spain? Was he a good man? I think Franco was cool. I think Franco was good. He may have done some bad things, but I think overall Franco was good. This whole idea that Franco was an anti-Semite, it really falls flat into its face when you look at the fact that many Jews were rescued by Franco. When Pope Pius XII wanted to send Jews to South America, he knew that he had to work with Franco because Franco, being the dictator of Spain, you know, Spain had and still does have a lot of connections with South America. So Franco really helped to facilitate the transportation of Jews fleeing Nazi Germany to South America. And Franco really did a lot of work. Franco did a lot of work in getting Jews to South America. So a lot of Jews were rescued by Franco. And the people that Franco was fighting in Spain in the Spanish Civil War, these people were absolutely evil. They were butchers, murderous, anarchists, communist scum. Somebody wants to call in but doesn't know how. I'm going to see if I can call this person up. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Where are you calling from?
I'm from quite a faraway place, from Malta.
Oh, you're from Malta. Wow, that is quite amazing.
Yes.
Which part of Malta? Are you from the capital or?
I'm quite close to the capital in Sliema.
Oh, that's so cool. How is life in Malta?
Well, they're quite strict when it comes to COVID, actually. You have to always stay with your mask when you're outside. Quite authoritarian.
I see.
If you're a mask outside, you get fined, actually.
Yeah, a lot of European countries are going down that route. In America, it's not that strict. Yeah, at least not yet. But I've heard a lot of amazing things about Malta, but I've also heard some pretty weird things about Malta as well.
Yes, there's the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah, you could say that about anywhere around the world. Yes. But do you have a question or a comment?
Yes. Well, I've been watching your videos for about a year or so.
Sure.
And some just really interested me were your gardening videos. Actually, I'd like to know, like, from where it started.
You would like to know? You'd like to know what from what started?
Your where it started, your interest in gardening, because you had some videos about gardening.
Videos about gardening. So that's a good question. So high school, I joined a gardening class, and I really liked it. They taught me how to prepare the soil, how to cultivate things, and how to you put the seed in, and the importance of sunlight. And they taught me all this stuff. So the vegetables came in, the fruit came in. I remember we made a big harvest, and we got like a fruit salad, and we got a salad, and it was really nice. And when I got out of high school in 2000, and years later after I left high school in 2013, we started a garden in my backyard. And my dad was like, we should start a garden, because at that time the economy was quite unstable. And so my father said that we should try to grow some of our own food. So we started gardening. We started doing like real simple things, mint, had a lot of parsley, and I really liked it. And I really, really enjoyed it. And it just sparked this amazing passion in me. And I started looking at videos on the internet, how to do gardening, and getting new ideas. And then you kind of get like, I think one of the biggest problems that people do when they first start doing gardening is they want to grow everything. So they want to grow, like they see some exotic plant and they want to grow that. And one thing I realize is the best things to grow are what grow good in your climate, what grow good in your area. So where I live, it's very hot. It's hot for most of the year. So I'm not going to be growing. Yeah, I'm not going to be growing a lot of cold-loving plants. Only for a few months of the year will I have cold-loving plants. But I'm going to be growing mainly heat-loving plants. So I'm going to be growing chilies and eggplants. I'm going to be growing okra. I'm going to be growing a lot of like basil. Basil loves the heat. And so I'm going to be growing a lot of heat-loving plants. So I've learned what grows good in my area and what doesn't. And so what grows really good, I'm going to grow that. So I think when people start gardening, that's what they need to know. Like, what grows good in your area? Okay, just grow that. And that way there's a lot less work and there's a lot less complications.
Oh, quite interesting.
Yeah. Do you go ahead? Sorry.
Because you said you had heard lots of stuff about Malta. I was wondering, what did you hear about our place? Or what's fascinating about it?
Well, you guys have the infamous Battle of Malta with the Knights of St. John.
1565.
Yeah, and you guys, the monks were like 500 or 400 monks fighting thousands of people from the Ottoman Empire.
It was quite a battle, actually, and we were really, from what I heard in history classes, actually, it was something that we weren't expected to win, because the Ottoman Empire was such a big empire at that time. And Malta is a very small country. It's around 30 kilometers long, even the amount of people who live there.
Yes.
So what they had a good tactic was that we, especially in the capital city of Valletta, we had these big forts, these big walls. To use it as a sort of protection. There were like 3 forts over there. And then, from what I remember in history classes, they used to like throw this hot from the walls and kill everyone when it came to that. But there was actually a moment in the battle where we almost lost. I remember. I forgot the details, but in some miraculous way we actually won. And it's something which has shaped our country. But lately, the past 8 years over here, it's been a complete disaster. I mean, Malta is one of the only European country which doesn't accept abortion in any case. Like, have an abortion, it's illegal. But lately, trying to change that, similar to Ireland. So what personally, I work as a teacher. I work in a church school. I teach.
Oh, wow.
And for example, this week we had a problem because it was in my class, I was taking a replacement lesson. But after the lesson, I'd gone outside waiting for the students to come out. I wait for them. I go back in the class, think them should come out, and I find them tearing up this pro-life poster. So when it comes to generation, there's a sort of sentiment. I think it comes from the media, because Malta is quite a conservative place. But when we're living in such a globalized world, that when it comes to media, people, especially the younger generation, are, you could say, brainwashed by these popular media outlets or popular YouTube stars, for example, whose values are anti-life, etc. So it's interesting to see. I've got another question.
Sure.
Because I'm not an American, but from what I see, especially not in America only, but everywhere in the world, is the massive amounts of debt that there are. And when it comes to the country, how hasn't this economic destruction, collapse, why hasn't it happened yet? I mean, we've seen the economy go down last year, but not to the levels which I expected it to go. Everyone's been talking about this upcoming doom, which is real because governments are printing money, everything is a bubble, you could say.
Yeah.
When is this bubble going to burst? And we're going to see this global economic collapse, because it is impending, but no one knows exactly when it's going to happen.
And you're right, no one does know, and I'm not entirely sure. I mean, there's probably some people who do know, but we don't know their names. But I don't know. I don't know when it's going to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if it happened under Biden's administration. And I think that's the reason why the GOP wasn't really that supportive of Donald Trump, because maybe the GOP doesn't want a Republican administration during an economic crash. If you look at the amounts of money that we're giving away because of the coronavirus disaster, that is going to it's undermining the economy, and I think it's eventually going to break the economy. But isn't it true that America had its economic problems in 2008, and then there was the 2010 European economic crisis? Didn't Europe? I mean, if I remember correctly, but Europe, I think, suffered more than the United States did.
It did, especially Greece. We all know what happened there. But Malta, I was still young back then. I was 10 years old or 11. I didn't really remember it well. But from what I know is that in 2008, the Malta government sort of override this impending economic collapse was they launched up a new financial sector. So basically, Malta became a sort of financial sector haven. Even, for example, there's this unjust policy, in my opinion, in Malta that, for example, Maltese businesses, they pay 35% corporate tax. Whereas foreigner investing in Malta and having a company in Malta, you pay 5% tax.
Yeah.
So it's become almost like a tax haven, you could say.
Yeah, it's because they want to encourage the foreign money to come in. Yeah. Exactly.
And we did override the 2010 depression. What happened? But I found it extremely unjust because now, first of all, Maltese businesses do not exist anymore. And also the amount of foreigners which are here, and I'm not talking about illegal immigrants, because there are some movements in Malta which are against illegal immigrants. I mean, there is a problem, but it's not the main one. Most of them come from Italy, they come from Serbia, they come from Sweden, especially these gaming companies. They're normally Swedish, German. And first of the betting industry, in my opinion, is intrinsically evil. And for this to be happening so much in my country, in our country, it's very disappointing. But no.
Now let me ask you something about Malta, because I've never been. Italy and Malta are not exactly the same thing.
No. Sicily is closer to Malta when it comes to the culture. I mean, our language is very mixed up. It's like half Arab and half Italian. It's quite a mashup.
Yeah, the language of Malta, when I listen to it, I'm like, wow, there's some Arabic in that language. I can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I hear like Ibn something, and I'm like, what?
Yes. So even like when it comes to Arabic names, you only hear like bin something.
Exactly.
So in Maltese, we use Ibn, which means son. So son of blood.
Exactly. And
so,
yeah.
So it's very interesting. I've got an uncle who lives in Mexico. He lives in.
Oh, Mexico.
He's a Catholic bishop.
Oh, wow. Which part of Mexico?
Las Cruces.
Las Cruces. Okay, Las Cruces, yes.
He's been a bishop there for around a year or two now.
What does he think of it? What does he think of it?
I don't talk to him a lot.
Oh.
He told me that I did talk to him, that there's lots of, it's a different place, lots of crime. So as Catholic, more than 90% of the country, of the population, if not more, is Catholic. Over 20% of the people go to Mass every Sunday, which is quite a lot. He told me it's a paradigm shift when it comes to the culture over there. Lots of crime, he told me, compared to Malta. But he sees an opportunity over there when it comes to evangelization, at least.
You said that there was a point in the Battle of Malta where the Knights of St. John almost lost. Years ago, I remember reading this book. I think the book was called The Battle of Malta, if I'm not mistaken, but it was written by a Spanish soldier who fought in the Battle of Malta. And he wrote
I think I wrote that book for a friend of mine.
He wrote yeah. Well, what he did was he wrote a diary every day, pretty much every day of the after the fighting, and he would record everything that happened that day. So the book is really a diary. So it truly is a first-person account, not a second or third person. It's a first-person account of what happened in the battle. And there is a point of the battle where they do almost lose. It's when the Ottomans manage to breach one of the walls of the city. They break inside and they pretty much massacred the Knights of St. John. And the Knights of St. John had a lot of casualties. So I think that's the point of the battle that you're mentioning.
Yes, it was when they took Fort St. Elmo, I think.
I believe you're right, yes. And also, isn't Malta the most LGBT-friendly country in Europe?
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
This came through. I mean, even though Malta is a Catholic country, it's sort of on the surface level. Unfortunately, the church here hasn't really helped out in the situations. They're quite lukewarm, especially I wouldn't like to complain too much, because when I hear my friends talking about church, it's always complaining. But yes, definitely over here, they have done. I mean, once, for example, on a TV show, you've got a priest who was sent by the bishop saying that homosexual relationships are the same as normal relationships.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
It was shocking. And, I've got a friend of mine who's a conservative priest. When he speaks out against this stuff, he gets totally battered in the media. And so, yes, when it comes to homosexuality and LGBT issues, it sort of came in with this financialization of Malta, where before it was a republic based on work. It's now a republic based on temporal. Temporal. Well, it came in, I think, in 2013, the marriage laws of the year. But I think it got suited in America. When was it introduced in America?
Gay marriage?
Yes.
It was constitutionalized in 2015.
So I think ours was at the same time, actually. I think it's around 2015, 2016. Because before it was civil union, now it's...
yeah.
But what I think is that the LGBT movement will continue, or these parades will continue until the couples get to have their ceremonies, their marriages, attained in a Catholic church. They wanted a Catholic church. They don't want the legal marriage because that's ugly. They want the beautiful marriage of the Catholic church.
Right.
Stop until they get it. Now it's up to us as Catholics to stop this. This influx, this parade of Sodom.
Yes. Yeah, the people have to raise hell. That's the bottom. Like nothing's going to really change, or nothing's really going to be stopped unless the people actually take a firm step against this stuff. But are the people in Malta, are they indifferent toward this sort of thing, or are they against it?
Most of them are indifferent. I mean, I think it was brought up in state schools, because I think church schools are mostly conservative. But in state schools, I mean, we currently have a Labour government, which tends to be more socialist, but even the nationalist government is actually more liberal than the Labour government. So we have like two parties similar to America that dominate, and both of them are extremely liberal. So there's nothing to choose from.
So you're saying that the Nationalist Party is more liberal?
Yes, definitely.
That's fascinating.
You should check it out, because I shake my head when saying this. Before it wasn't. Before, the nationalists were more conservative. But now, I mean, listen to this. So we joined the EU back in... And the Labour government was against us entering the EU. Why? Because the nationalists wanted to enter the EU. So it's sort of like I don't know, what one party does, I'll do the opposite.
Yes, yeah. Yes. You see this sort of thing all over the world. For example, in Sweden, in America, it's the Republicans who are saying, we don't want the coronavirus lockdowns. The Democrats are saying, no, we need the lockdowns. In Sweden, it's the liberals who are saying, we don't want the lockdowns, and it's the conservatives who are saying, we need the lockdowns. So you're right. It's whatever. It's like cause and effect. Reaction and action. Yeah, action and reaction. Basically, it's contrarianism. It's a form of contrarianism. The Nationalist Party, I just looked it up on the internet here. It's called how do you say it? Nacionalista?
When you have two Z's, it's like a C, so nacionalista.
Nazionalista. Have you ever been to Emilia-Romagna in Italy?
No, I know where you're talking about. I haven't actually.
When I was in Italy, that's where I stayed.
It's a very nice place over there. It's quite a small region. I think it's the smallest region in Italy, Emilia-Romagna.
Yeah.
And it's quite a small, I mean, it's big, but it's quite a small region compared to the other ones. Yeah.
Not to change the subject here, but the food difference between Italy and Malta, like how big is that difference?
Not really. I mean, today, for example, I took a plate of pasta. actually our diet is very unhealthy. We take the unhealthy sides of Italian food, so we take lots of pasta, and then we have like our own dishes which are extremely fatty. I mean, I think we're like the fattest country in Europe.
Really?
Like more,
come on, you can't be fatter than England.
We are.
England is the fat. England, I think, is the fattest country in all of Europe.
We are fat. We are fat, and most of us are short. I'm not short, but we're not that proportionate when it comes to bodies. But we have this really good dish called pasticci, and they are really good. It's basically deep fried, not deep fried, sort of like a cheese, ricotta. Here isn't that healthy.
I'm looking at Maltese food but here.
I like more.
Hello? Hello? Sorry, I lost you for a second. I'm looking at Maltese food here, and you guys got a dish with like, it's like bread stuffed with pasta.
Bread stuffed with pasta.
They call it timpona?
Timpana. Timpana is really good. Timpana, basically, you have a type of pasta. I think it's circular. I forgot what they're called. And you basically have a tomato sauce, like a bolognese sauce inside. And it's in everything. So that would be like the typical Maltese lunch. That would have around, 500 calories and everyone's eating this. A day. Everyone eats this stuff every day. And plus that, you have dessert. And dessert is we have a really good dessert called imaret. You spell it like this. I'll send it to you on the chat. It's basically
imkaret.
Exactly. In Maltese, we have like a different pronunciation to Arabic. Because in Arabic, you would call that imkaret, but we call it imaret. But it's a really good dessert. It's figs, I think, mashed figs, and sort of deep fried with that.
One thing I noticed when I was in Italy is that people there literally eat pasta every single day.
Yes,
every single day. I couldn't believe it. You guys eat this stuff every day. But pasta isn't necessarily fattening. I think it's what you mix in with the pasta that makes it fattening.
Yes.
So if you're just eating like pasta with some parsley, oil, and garlic and chili, it's not gonna be that bad. But if you eat pasta with like cream and cheese, and that's when things get fatty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too much cheese, your next visit to the toilet won't be that good.
Well, I mean, I'm shocked that Italy doesn't have an epidemic with constipation. You know what I mean? Like that stuff fuck your system up after a while.
Yes, definitely.
Now, when I was in Italy, people eat ice cream every single day. Also.
Yes, it's also true here. For example, currently at the place I'm at, if you look at the freezer, it's filled with ice cream. With ice cream.
Well, it's funny. Yeah, go ahead.
Like that's why I think like 30% of the population is obese over here. I think around 20%, something like that.
I thought people in the Mediterranean were like super healthy.
Most of them are because Greeks feta cheeses out here. You don't find any salad. Like even the salads, probably everything's a big portion. So a kilo of lettuce, and you're expected to eat it all. And if you don't eat it, your mother will or your father will, get the belt when you're young, eat your food, or you're getting slapped.
So I just looked up the statistics, and you are correct. Malta is the fattest country in Europe, and then the UK is the second.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the fattest country in Europe. Well, they say Turkey is the fattest, but Turkey, I guess, is part of Europe as well.
I mean, they're kind of in Europe.
Yeah, they're kind of in Europe. I think like the western half is in Europe. The eastern half is in the Middle East.
Once I had gone to Turkey. I was on my way to Lithuania, but I passed through Turkey. And this guy took my passport, he looked at the Malta badge, he looked at me and he gave me this weird face. Mace just started laughing at me for some reason.
I imagine what he was thinking. What did he? I imagine what he was thinking. Like,
I think he's still buttered from the war.
Yeah, that's exact. I'm thinking he's looking at your name and he's like, "Oh, he's one of those guys." Another country that we tried to conquer.
Well, they have their own version of it, because I've spoken to a Turkish guy. According to them, they just didn't want Malta. They just I don't know.
They just gave up on it.
Yeah, that's what they thought. I mean, they could have won the war, but they saw it as useless. I think it's just like a way to explain the fact that they lost.
I think that sounds like an excuse.
Yes, it was definitely.
Oh, wait, we just left it. Like, we lost like 30,000 people, but who cares?
Yeah.
I remember I found this cookbook. It was from like 4th or 3rd century Italy. And I was reading the recipes, and the recipes in this cookbook are essentially Italian dishes without any tomato sauce. That's pretty much what they are. Like, they had meatballs. They had like the Italians, before they discovered tomatoes, they basically had pizza, but with no tomatoes. Basically, if you want to have an idea of what Italian food was like in the ancient world, just pretty much imagine it without tomatoes, and you got Italian food.
That's not really that good, because I think the best part of Italian food now is tomatoes, because especially in pizzas, I can't imagine it without tomatoes.
Yeah. Yeah, the tomato revolutionized cooking. It's the most revolutionary thing ever discovered in the history of eating, in the history of cooking, is the tomato. And it wasn't discovered until the Spaniards figured it out in Peru somewhere. Mexico and Peru, the indigenous people there were growing them. And they were like, what's funny is that for a while, the British thought that the tomato was toxic. Yeah, so they weren't eating it. And meanwhile, the Spaniards were making tomato sauces, the Italians were making tomato sauces, and the Brits were just left behind.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. The British have always been kind of behind in cooking, but it's why when you go to England, most of the food that they eat is not even native British. It's like Indian and Mediterranean stuff.
Yes, the national dish in England is curry, I think.
Yeah, it's from India. Do you guys ever get Indian scam artists calling you up?
Yes, they'll normally be pretending that they're some Microsoft employee. It's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah. Like when I get calls from Indians or Pakistani scam artists, I just tell them, I give them a British accent. I say, my people colonized the old people, and if anyone knows more about the Indian people, it's my people. And I say, you're all scammers.
That's good.
Yeah, but do you like living in Malta, or do you wish that you left?
I mean, no. Currently, I'm actually teaching because it wasn't my plan to teach, but basically I applied for seminary to start my journey into the priesthood, but they told me you should. I just graduated from university, and they told me you should work a year and then you should enter seminary. Because, as you said in the previous call, they don't really like conservatives yet. But we'll see about that. But when it comes to Malta, I had the choice of going to a seminary abroad. But there's something in me, and I think there's something in almost every person, that sort of, you could call it a nationalistic pride, something where you look at your country, at your friends, and you say that, I want to help you, I want to help my country. And when I look at my country and I look at the people of it, St. Paul came to Malta by accident.
Yes, he did.
Paul said they were sorry. Yes, St. Paul.
Yeah, St. Paul, yes.
The people over here, it's written in the Bible, even though they were pagans, they were of good heart. And I still see that goodness of heart, even though that the moral values have been completely twisted. Most people here, they still have that mentality, that you could say that simplicity of mind. And when I see that sort of innocence, and say this is redeemable,
Yes.
So I look here, and I'm not thinking that I am capable of converting people. It's up to God. But I feel a sort of duty to help my motherland.
Yeah, I understand.
So whilst I like traveling and going to other countries, I don't see myself, my vocation, living somewhere else.
Have you ever been to the United States?
No, I was invited by people, but my father said that we didn't have the money to go because it's quite expensive to travel.
Yes. So what type of things do you plan on doing to help your country?
I have a friend of mine, the same friend who's a priest, and what we do is that every Thursday, for example, we do like a holy hour of adoration, Eucharistic adoration. And that hour is the most important hour of the week. And, would be this split, would be another 10 to 15 other young males. Females don't come. Lately, I think that. But I think the best way to help people is to bring them towards Jesus, because sometimes we get this feeling that we're going to convert the person when it's not us, that it's not our actions. I can convert you, but if I convert you, it's through Jesus, So it's important to lead the person to Jesus, not lead them to yourself. Because many people sometimes, when trying to convert a friend, they go out together, they have a pizza, but you're attracting the person to yourself, not to God.
Right.
So I think the most important thing is to attract them to God.
Correct.
I think the best way to do that is to get this group, for example, Christian adorations, and then after have a party, like go in the sacristy and just get a couple of drinks, a couple of beers, and just discuss some matters. I think that's the best way to move forward, and people would just come to enjoy it.
When I was in Italy, that's one thing I noticed is that after Mass, people drink beer. Like people drink beer in Italy all the time. It's awesome. I was drinking beer all the time in Italy. Yeah, you guys.
To get even fatter.
Yeah, Moretti, Peroni. Yeah, Moretti. out of all the Italian beers, which is your favorite?
I think Moretti.
Moretti. You have Incusa. Moretti, Peroni, yeah.
In Malta, we only get Moretti, and there's like a Sicilian version of Moretti where they get this sort of extract and they put it in the beer. It's really good. The flower is one of the, what do you call them? The small oranges, Clements. And they basically infuse the beer with this flour, and it really tastes good.
Oh wow. That's.
But the Malta, which are okay. We have just good beer, and it's good to socialize after Mass.
Yeah.
I think it's a great build a community.
Yes.
I think right now that the Catholic faith is going back to the early times where Christians used to live in communities.
Yes.
I don't like the liturgy of this group. I don't know whether you've ever heard of the neo-catechumenal way.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not too crazy about it.
Their liturgy is a bit crazy, but when it comes to the social teachings, for example, they're very conservative, and most of the families have like a lot of kids. Like I have an uncle who's in the neo-catechumenal way. He has around 7 children, 8 children. He didn't even make that much money, but he trusted in divine providence, and that is the Catholic way. It's trusting in God, in His will, and then He will provide. Just trusting in that providence.
Yes. Yeah, and then a lot of people complain. Well, it's the poor who are having all, and the poor people are taking the resources, and people can be, I think, cruel and Darwinistic when it comes to that sort of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. In Malta, go ahead.
No, continue.
Oh, I was gonna ask. So in Malta, is there a strong Catholic movement that's very active, or or that doesn't really exist, or it's very, very small?
I mean, you have the everyday Catholic. I mean, most people here go to mass, but as I said earlier, it's a sort of like surface level thing.
Right.
Where I go.
Right.
And then I don't want afterwards.
Right, but when I'm asking
when it comes to Catholic movements as such, there aren't any. I mean, there are certain movements, but most of them are liberal. But when it comes to conservative movements, almost nothing over here. It's pretty disappointing, actually.
So there's no, because we talk about like the big homosexual movement in Malta, and it's very, very active. Is there a strong Catholic reaction against the sodomite advancement?
No, if I were to be honest.
Yeah,
no.
That's the problem. That's the big problem.
Small.
Yeah, that's
small.
Yeah.
I know they're called Pro Malta Christiana. I know the owner, the founder, is a very good friend of mine. I help them sometimes with posters. I go to their protests. For example, for example, once there was an LGBT parade, and the day after, they went to do a sort of reparation in the capital city. And I'm 10 people maybe, So you have many people telling you, "Oh, we'll come," but then they don't show up.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Like people are scared. People are scared they'll lose their jobs. People are scared about everything.
Yes, the same problem is here. Your friend, the person you say you're close friends with, is it possible that you can connect me with him, and maybe I could do something on YouTube or on my website to talk about his work? If he would be up to it, I would definitely do it.
Yes, I'll tell him about it.
Very good. Are you? Go ahead. Sorry.
And then I'll send you back. I'll send you a
Sure.
message.
You can send it to me on Discord, or on. If you follow me on Facebook, you can just message me there.
Okay. I'll send you on Discord because I don't have Facebook.
Okay. I wanted to ask you, in Malta, it's kind of surprising because this is the country where St. Paul came from. This is the country that St. Paul visited. This is a country that had the Knights of St. John, and so to see Malta go down that route, to go down in that much decay is pretty surprising.
It's saddening, to be honest, because when you look at how the country was 60 years ago, completely changed foreign influence. I mean, that is the result of globalism.
Now let me ask you. I remember reading. There was a guy, I forgot his name, but he had a French name, and he was in charge of being the custodian for some of these ancient buildings in Malta, and buildings belonged to the Knights of St. John. And this custodian, I forgot his name, but I remember reading this article years ago. This custodian was talking about how he wants to make these old Christian buildings into bathhouses for tourists. And I was like, what? It was what's that?
How long ago was this?
Let me look it up real quick. I'll try to find the story. We are reading about this. Let let me try to find if I can get. Hold on, give me like a minute here. But anyway, as I'm looking for it, I'll ask you some questions about Malta. Do you you asked me about gardening in the beginning? Do you garden?
I don't. I mean, I live in quite a small place, and property is quite expensive. But that priest, which I told you about, he's got lots of land. He lives in a farmhouse, you could call it, and sometimes I heard him. He has these trees. I don't know what they're called in English. In Maltese, they're called naspli. I forgot. I'll search it up. Something English. In English. Loquat trees. I think that.
Loquat. Okay.
These small fruit. Really
yes, I know.
And I've also been helping him in building walls. And these walls are pretty impressive, and not many people know how to build them anymore. They're called height tasseif. And basically it's a wall built out of stones, but it's a sort of Tetris game. There is no concrete or cement in between the stones. It's like a sort of, you have to put all these rocks near each other and they won't fall. Like this very beautiful wall. It really looks nice. And I have him in that stuff. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't brought up in a country setting. The place I come from is very there. I didn't know what to call them anymore because no one really uses. So I was quite impressed at I learned a lot when it comes to the Maltese language, even the culture.
Yes. Let me see. I'm trying to find the story. The guy. Oh man, I'm trying to find this. It was many years ago that I saw this story. Let me see here. I'm trying to find it, but I can't. But if I find the story, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
But yeah, he wanted to make it into bathhouses for tourists. But his name, they say his last name was Chrétien. But yeah. So you don't have a garden, but it would be so cool to garden in a place like Malta because the climate there seems so perfect.
Yes. The thing is that we don't have lots of rain compared to other countries.
Very dry.
Very dry, especially in the summers. Right now it does rain a bit, but mostly the summers, for example, sometimes it doesn't rain for an entire month. So that's the main problem. But apart from that, for example, the temperature never drops below 5 degrees or degrees Celsius. So very warm time.
Well, it's interesting. In a very dry and hot climate like that, you could probably. Sorry, I said Can you hear me?
Yes, no, I can.
What I was saying was, in a dry climate, you could probably grow eggplants, I think in Italy they call them melanzane.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
So I think that
I'd like to start when I get another place, hopefully, when I grow up, save a bit more money. I'd like to go to a place which is less urbanized, so I can start gardening. Your opinion, what is the first? I think herbs are the best to grow.
Yes.
The first to grow.
Yeah, the first thing. Sorry, what's your question? Sorry.
Which herbs you think are the best to grow in this climate that I'm in?
Well, since you're in a hot and dry place, I would recommend basil. Basil loves heat. Oregano grows very well in hot climates. Salvia, sage, grows very well in hot climates. Lemongrass is something that loves heat. And lemongrass is not it's not a native to Europe. It's something that comes from Southeast Asia. But lemongrass grows very well in dry, hot temperatures, and it tastes very good. Basil has a very good aroma. Oregano has kind of a bitter flavor to it. But when you taste lemongrass, it's sweet. There's this natural sweetness that lemongrass has. My favorite way to use lemongrass is in a tea. I put it in the tea, you boil it in water, and you drink the water. And the water has a very, very pleasant taste to it. It's not like super, super sweet, but there's a light sweet taste to it. And it's very unique. So lemongrass is something, and it's very easy to grow, lemongrass. And the other thing is tarragon. I don't know if you've heard of tarragon.
I think so.
I don't know how you say it in Maltese. Dragoncello. Cello, they call it in Italian.
Okay.
Yes, dragoncello. And also, let's see, what else would grow in the heat? Tarragon. You can grow mint, but mint likes cooler climates. Not really like super hot climate. And if you are going to grow mint, I would recommend that you grow it in shade, not in a super sunny spot, in a shady area. Parsley grows very good in the cooler climate, not necessarily super cold, but like in the more mild part of the year where it's less hot. I would grow parsley, and you can grow parsley in a shady spot because parsley doesn't really like excessive sunlight. Parsley, I think you guys call it prezzemolo. In Italy they call it prezzemolo.
The Italians call it like that.
Prezzemolo, yeah, but I don't know how they say it in Malta.
I'm not a chef.
Parsley, parsley.
Sometimes, for example, Maltese people, when they cook, since Malta was colonized by the English when it comes to cooking, we mostly use English terms. There are Maltese terms, but we literally forget about them. I mean, the Maltese language is slowly dying. Mm-hmm. Malta is bilingual country, they call it. Like, for example, we're taught English and Maltese. And from where I come from Sliema, it's sort of like a poshy area, not from where I'm from, but some places in the city are poshy, so they tend to talk more in English, sort of show, because Arab, it's a bit of a tough language to use around people in a professional setting. Yes. People try to avoid it as much as possible when they're talking in a formal manner.
So when people are in normal life, are they speaking in English to each other more often, or are they speaking in Maltese?
I mean, it's according to the friends you've got. I mean, if your friend is from Sliema, from where I'm from, or from somewhere in the northern part, it could be that two Maltese people would talk to each other in English.
Oh, wow.
It's possible, but most of the time, we speak in Maltese to each other. For example, my friends, we always speak in Maltese to each other. Because it's like business. For example, it's emails always in English. You don't send the emails in Maltese because it's a bit rude.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's crazy. So your own native language is rude, is considered rude in emails.
Not rude exactly, but it's less formal, you could say.
I see. That's strange. Now, is Malta a laid-back place, or is it a very tense place?
It's an island, so previously it was laid back, very laid back.
Uh-huh.
And I think still have that characteristic as a people, but through these amount of foreigners coming in, through all these businesses, these professional, you could say, professional business from the financial sector, and there's sort of been this increase in everyday life. I mean, for example, there's another island next to Malta. It's called Gozo, of the Maltese Republic. But if you go there, it's like how Malta was 60 years ago. It's everyone is laid back. I mean, I go there for a holiday. Like I go like a week every year. And I just enjoy it. You know, the air is fresh. Not lots of people. Malta is like I think the most densely populated country in Europe. There's so much people in this tight place, in this small place. So when you go to Gozo, it's like fresh air. You know, it's relaxed. So it's like how Malta was like 50 years ago.
So you're saying that? Yeah, go ahead.
We do have that laid back characteristic, I think, naturally, but it's changing lately.
Are people more aggressive or are they more rude?
Yes, lately, yes. Because of this, I think this foreign influence, I would call it, when it comes to everyday life. Where before, like, I mean, there's always been an element of mafia in Malta, like this sort of, you know, if you're part of this part of the city or you're part of this family, I mean, you have really strong connections to your family, and if someone does something wrong to your family, you know, he's your enemy, whatever, you know. But apart from that, in everyday life, people are really approachable. We talk a lot, like Spanish people, very sociable, and very laid back. I think when it comes to our culture, like I know lots of Spanish people. We're very similar to the Spanish people.
Spain is a very laid back. Spain is a very laid back country. I really loved Spain. Spain is a beautiful country. Beautiful country. Another thing I wanted to ask. So in Malta is so you're saying that it's not as laid back as it used to be. So when you're like just walking about in Malta, do people just start like yelling at you if you bump into them, or do you have any weird encounters like that?
No, I mean, unless it's a foreigner. No.
Oh, if it's a foreigner. Now, when you say foreigners, who is coming into Malta and acting the most abrasive or the most annoying?
I think Serbians, people from Eastern Europe, and I mean the Nordics. They are a bit, you know, a bit like that, but they're mostly quieter.
I see.
You know, Italians, I don't think they'll do that to you, but Italians are easily offended, I think, and you know, like if you call them something, like if you swear at them, they'll swear back at you. But no, mostly Maltese people, for example, if you bump into them, it's nothing. You just say sorry and you continue.
Okay. What's your favorite? What's your favorite Maltese dish? I've never spoken to someone from Malta before. You're the very first person.
Really?
Never spoken to anyone from Malta.
I would say my favorite dish, Maltese dish. We have this dish. I mean, it's an Italian dish, but it's my favorite dish. Ravioli with this tomato sauce on top, and inside there's this cheese. And when it's done in a fresh way, it's like the best thing I've ever tasted. So it's like ravioli with tomato sauce and some basil on top.
That sounds good.
Me, it's like a plate.
Now, do you like to cook?
I like to cook. I don't have. I mean, I like to cook, but like on certain occasions. I don't like to cook good every day. You know, I'm quite busy when it comes to work right now, so I just sometimes I even do pot noodles, for example. I'll be in such a hurry, I'll just do pot noodles. But when I want to cook something good for my family, I like to cook, but not every day. Like once a week, maybe twice. I like to cook something good.
What's your favorite dish to cook?
I mean pasta because it's easy.
Right, but how do you like to prepare it though?
So when it comes to pasta, for my favorite pasta dishes, spaghetti, apart from ravioli, I personally like to make pasta with pesto. Pesto sauce.
Oh. Well, now the pesto you make, go ahead.
When it comes to pesto, I don't make it myself, but my sister makes it sometimes. She uses basil and, I don't know, some olive oil, I think, and it's really good.
So it's, yeah. Sounds like you don't like to cook.
No. I mean, I'm interested, but I don't like to take long in cooking. I don't have lots of patience. Let's just say that. So that's my favorite dish to cook. Pasta, because pasta is this one with pesto is a very simple dish. So you just boil the water, put some water, and then boil it, and then put the pasta in. Leave it for like 7-8 minutes. Taste it, make sure it's al dente. That's very important. And then drain it, olive oil, and then mix in the pesto, and you're done. And it tastes good.
Do you for the pesto? Do you use like spaghetti? Do you use tagliatelle? What do you like? Spaghetti.
When it comes to pesto, I think spaghetti.
Have you ever heard of farfalle?
Yes, they're like bow ties.
Yeah, bow tie pasta. Do you like that?
Yes, it's very good.
Yeah, I like to make. Do you know rucola?
Rucola. It's a sort of. It's a vegetable, right?
Yeah, it's like a spicy little leaf.
It's like prickly almost.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's like spicy. Arugula. I like to make a pesto from the rucola.
Oh.
Yeah, but you when you make the pesto, you use it to. I'm guessing you use like basil, right? Basilico.
I think so. I mean, I either use packaged pesto from the store, or sometimes my sister makes it.
Yeah, I like to make my own pesto, but I like to use arugula. I like to use what's in season in my garden because here in America, basil is very expensive. I don't know how expensive it is in your country, but basil's very expensive in the United States. I don't know why, but it is. It's just like for a few little pieces, for a few little sprigs of basil, they want to charge you like $3. So it's expensive, and you don't even get much basil. So I like to grow my own herbs. So what type of herbs are growing in my backyard? That's how I make my pesto. So right now I have a lot of arugula, a lot of parsley. So I make pesto from arugula or parsley. And some people may find that to be like blasphemy. But to me, it tastes very good. But then when basil when basil is growing, no, it's fine. When basil is growing, I use basil.
Well, I think I'm going to go because
okay.
Quite early over here. I happened to wake up, and sometimes you wake up and you can't fall back to sleep. So I went on YouTube, and I found you live, and live results uploaded. So I was like, okay, fine, I can see that. I took the chance to call in, and it was a pleasure talking to you.
Oh yes, enjoyed it very much. I'm glad you woke up.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
What right now?
What's that?
Time is it right now in your place?
It's 9 p.m. What time is it over there?
Okay. It's 4:12 currently.
So I'm guessing you had difficulty sleeping. That's kind of a problem for a lot of us people.
I don't usually have problems in sleeping, but today, yes. I don't know what was the case.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we had this conversation. Maybe, hopefully, you can connect me with your friend, and I can talk about their work.
Yes.
Yes. Okay then.
Ciao, ciao.
All right.
Bye.
God bless. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Well, that was a fun conversation. That's the very first time I ever spoke to someone from Malta. Someone asked me broadleaf parsley. Yes, I use Italian broadleaf parsley. That's the parsley that I grow. The cool thing about growing parsley is that you can grow it and it can last for a while. Like parsley plants, the trick to parsley is you got to keep harvesting it. If you don't harvest parsley, eventually it's going to go to flower and then it's going to give seeds and then you can't use that plant anymore. So you want to harvest as much as you can. Now, eventually what will happen is the parsley plant is going to flower, like no matter what, no matter if you like it or not, it's going to flower. Eventually the plant's going to get sick of you cutting its leaves all the time, and it's going to shoot up. There's somebody like putting weird messages on here. I'm going to have to ban this person. Good grief, dude. Get a life. Anyway, so with parsley, like if you keep cutting its leaves, it's going to continue to give you leaves. Eventually, though, it's going to get sick and tired of you cutting its leaves, and it's just going to go to flower. It's just, boom, going to shoot these flowers up. When that happens, the worst thing that you could do is rip that plant out, uproot the plant. And I will say this about any herb. The worst thing you can do is uproot the plant when it begins to flower, because you want that plant to go to flower, because once it goes to flower, it makes seeds. And what you can do is you can either collect the seeds, and by collecting, what you do is you wait for the plant to die and dry out. Once it dries out, you take the little pods, you take the flowers. The dried up flowers will have the seeds, and you just hit the seeds against the bowl, and the seeds will fall into the bowl. And then you put them in a little Ziploc bag, and then you wait until the fall season. Fall is the best time to grow parsley, or the spring, and you throw the seeds in the ground and you grow them. Another option that you could do is you could actually just let the plant sit there. Just let it sit there, let it die, let it dry out, and don't do anything with it. Next year, you will see parsley plants popping up in random parts of your yard. And that's what's happened to me. I have parsley plants popping up in different places, and I just let it be. I get wild parsley. I get wild arugula. For years, I have allowed arugula to flower up and die. And the next year, every year actually, I get arugula, free arugula. Every year I get wild bok choy, because years ago I allowed the bok choys to go to flower, to seed, and to die. And every year I get plants. And my goal is to just every year my goal is to get my vegetables to become an integral part of my backyard. Once the vegetables become an integral part of the backyard, then you have free food for the rest of your life. Every year, you're going to get plants growing, herbs will be growing, vegetables will be growing, and it's great. And so, yeah. That's what I would do with herbs. So I'm going to try to answer the rest of your guys' questions here. I get a lot of questions on my videos, so I don't really answer all of them. So I'm going to try to answer all the questions that you guys put up recently on my videos. Let's see here. Katarzyna Estrada Paz asked me if I read the 1,000-page book, and she's referring to the History of the French Revolution book by Augustin Barruel. The name of the book is something like Memoirs Documenting the History of Jacobinism by Augustin Barruel. It's not 1,000 pages. It's close to 900 pages, and I read all of it. Yes, it's a very good book. What else do I have here? Let's see here. This guy says, this past year, I've come to see just how much is manipulated. It's to the point that I don't know if I'm being paranoid. You're not being paranoid. There's a lot of mass manipulation that goes on. The next greatest short in US dollar index. There's a bunch of comments here. I'm not going to read all of them. And this guy says, Chun Han Cheng says, hi, Ted. Can you share with your dad this page from Wikipedia? It is a missile called East Wind by the Chinese Army. Okay, I'll show him that. Angel123 has an interesting comment that I quite don't really understand. But Angel says, this is not Waleed Shubat's kid, is it? I sure hope not. He seems so down and full of despair. It's been many years since I've heard anything from Waleed on YouTube. I learned so much about the end days, etc. It saddens me to think Satan has sucked the light and hope out of his family. Well, I have despair like anyone else. I'm human in that risk, and there's a lot of things to be sad over. There's not a whole lot of things happening that really make me happy. So yeah, I hope I don't give the impression that I have no life in me. But I mean, if that's how I feel in the video, I'm not gonna I'm not an actor, I can't act that stuff out. But I guess you want me to be like a comedian or what? But yeah. George Z says that Hitler was a leftist socialist. I don't know. I mean, I think this whole thing, was Hitler right? Was he left? I've been hearing this debate for over a decade now. What I would say about that is, I don't think it really matters too much if he was left or if he was right, because both the left and the right have the proclivity and they have the susceptibility to becoming very violent. And they also have the susceptibility to becoming racist. What I would say, though, is that I think the Nazis were right. Okay, that sounded really bad. Right wing. I'm not saying the Nazis were right. I think the Nazis were right wing in the sense that they were extremely nationalistic, and they also used conservative values as a way to market themselves. At the same time, they did call themselves socialist, but socialism is not confounded to the idea of being liberal. You can be a right-wing socialist. The Nazis were extremely nationalistic. Now, lefties can also be very nationalistic, which is why I don't like having debates about, is this guy a lefty or is this guy a righty? Because both sides can do the same thing. I guess when people become nationalistic, they're more associated with the right. So that's kind of how I would answer. That's how I'm going to answer that. Cassia Maria Luz says, do you have a recommended reading list? If not, you should make one. Also, have you read Decameron? I've never heard of this. As far as making a reading list goes, you're right. I should do that. Decameron. Oh, yeah. I actually have this book in my library. I read the beginning of it. The beginning of it is very good. I never finished reading it because it's a fiction, and I kind of get lost in fictions. But I did finish reading it. The book begins with the Black Death, and these young people are in a church, and they say, "Let's go up to the mountains and basically get around a campfire and tell stories to each other." That's what I remember from the book. Do I have a recommended reading list? I should make one. I think one day I'll do a video. I actually did a video today on my favorite films. I have not uploaded it yet because I still want to edit it. It's an hour-long video because there's so many movies that I love. In fact, there are some films that I forgot to mention. So I'm like, damn, I need to mention some of those films in the video. So I'm gonna edit it more, actually. So let me see, what else do you guys have to say? Flave Derus says, there was no shooting in a synagogue in Germany. That's simply untrue. A dude who supposedly intended to kill Jews in a synagogue. Yes, I understand your correction. He did not go into the synagogue, but he did shoot people who were outside of the synagogue. Okay, that's a correction. I guess I needed. It's a correction. Okay, I will take it. But my point wasn't that he killed people in the synagogue. My point was that racism is real and people will resort to violence. This guy says that the rioters in the Netherlands were all Middle Eastern. I would like to see evidence for that. Let's see here. This guy, Catholic Crusader Deuce Volt, has recommended that I talk about Louis de Montfort. I actually took some time to read up on him. Very interesting person. My favorite layman is Eric Ibarra. I actually watched Eric Ibarra's debate with what was his name? Jay Dyer. Very interesting debate. Very interesting debate. Although I didn't really like how Jay Dyer kind of like bounced around different points. I felt that he was kind of weaselly, but yeah. May I recommend Father Altman, Cardinal Burke, Bishop Athanasius? I've heard of Burke. I've heard of Schneider. I have not heard of Altman. I will look up Altman. Let's see here. This guy says, in the Netherlands, most riot participants are Moroccans. So the Moroccans are the ones doing all the violence. I mean, I read that some of the people doing the violence are of immigrant backgrounds, but I never read that they're all Moroccans. Let's see. Hispanic American says, Theodore, I stopped believing you when you objected to St. Joan of Arc's canonization. I mean, when you read about the canonization of Joan of Arc, it's kind of questionable. It seems like it was just for political reasons. So I guess we can have that debate. It doesn't seem like the Catholic Church was really interested in Joan of Arc until the 1800s. And she was declared a heretic. And she was burned at the stake. Monkey Brain, he says, it's really cool listening to someone from Malta. God be with you. God be with you too. Where are you from, Monkey Brain? And thank you. Yes, I like my garden. I'm always trying to build up on it, make it better. Although sometimes I do get kind of lazy. But in this part of the year, you can be lazy at gardening because you get rain and it's not too hot, so the plants survive pretty well. Sotiris Pagonis says, many blessings from Greece. Hello, Walid and Ted. To my opinion, the red dragon could be Erdogan. It's possible. I think Turkey is definitely going to play a part in the apocalypse. BP Cath Crusader says, haven't seen any homo predators in the Catholic Church. Well, you're very lucky. Let's see what else is there. Yeah, a bunch of stuff here that you guys wrote. There's a guy here named Radagast. I think he's from Europe, and he says that he was born Catholic, but he converted to paganism. I actually invited him to talk on Discord if he would like, or have a video chat about his story of how he converted to paganism. I think that would be an interesting little conversation to have. Anyway, I think I've talked enough. I've been here for 3 hours. I don't know. There's some people who stream for 12 hours a day. I don't know how they do it. Like already my mind feels like a fried egg. I don't know how people do it. But if you guys want to ask some questions or talk to me on Discord, just let me know. And we'll talk. But I'll give you guys 5 minutes or whatever. I actually saw an interesting story today on the news. Poland has pretty much banned abortion. And there was an article about it on CNN, and it was really funny to read because the article said Poland has pretty much banned. The way they worded it was disturbing. They said Poland has pretty much banned abortion, even in the exception of children with deformities. And the way they wrote it, they almost made it like it was a crime. Like Poland banned abortion. And they even banned killing retarded kids in the womb. Do you believe it? And these are supposedly like liberal, progressive people who, they're all for like people's rights and humans' rights, and they're so tolerant, and they just hate those evil fascist righties. But when Poland's like, if a woman wants to murder her unborn child because the child has a retardation or the child has some kind of deformity, we're not going to allow that. I mean, to me, that is pretty anti-fascist. Like, to me, it's anti-tyranny, anti-Nazi, it's anti-eugenics, it's anti-Darwinism. Like, that's a pretty good step to take forward. But the way that the CNN article put it, the way that they framed it, it's like, Poland has banned all abortion, even if you want to murder retarded children. Can you believe it? What a crime. It's like, who's the Nazi at this point? And what's funny is that Poland is the country that is the most accused of being Nazistic, like more so than any other country, at least in Europe. Poland is accused so much of being anti-Semitic. Everybody in Poland hates the Jews. Everybody in Poland was a Nazi collaborator. Everybody in Poland is a racist or whatever. But it's like, from what I've heard, Poles are some of the coolest people in Europe. I'll tell you right now, when I got back on YouTube in 2018, because YouTube took me down and then I got back on. But when I got back on YouTube in 2018, it was crazy because, I was getting like 300 views, 400 views a video, pretty much what I'm getting right now. And then I did a video on Poland, and like in a matter of 2 hours, I got 40,000 views, and literally everyone was from Poland. Like almost all the views, 99 something % of the views were from Poland. And I checked my YouTube analytics, and YouTube was saying, hey, like 98% of your viewers are from Poland. And that stayed there for a long time. And I had all these Polish people writing me and commenting, and it was amazing. Like, I never received that much support ever in all the years of doing YouTube and all the years of writing articles and all the years of doing debates. I have never received so much support than from the Poles. I've never in my life received that much support than that moment when I got all these fans from Poland. I still have people from Poland who write me. So the most hatred that I have received, believe it or not, is from Americans. And it's obviously because I speak American English, and most of my audience right now is American. Although I do have an international base as well. I mean, two of the callers that I had today were from different countries. But the most hatred that I have received are from Americans, liberals and conservatives. Oh, someone's calling me. Let's talk on the phone. Hold on. Hello.
Hey, Theo.
Hello, how are you?
Good, buddy. I just hearing your Poland praise there.
Yeah, I was thinking about this today because I was reading an article. I read an article a little bit before I got onto the internet to do this live stream. And I read this article from CNN saying, Poland has pretty much banned abortion, even in the cases of, fetal deformities. It's such a crime. And I'm thinking like, well, aren't we supposed to be like anti-Nazi, anti-fascist, but like this is considered a crime. But reading this, it made me think of what happened back in 2018. Like back in 2018, I was getting the same views that I'm getting now. It was like 200 views, 400, because YouTube took me out. So I was off YouTube for months and months and months and months. I was off YouTube. Actually, I was off YouTube for almost 2 years, I think, at that point. So I finally got back. Yeah.
No, go ahead. No, I didn't see your presence during YouTube for quite some time.
Yeah, I got off YouTube, and I was just doing a lot of articles at that time. And then I decided, I really want to get back on doing videos. So I decided to get back on YouTube, and I was getting like 200 views, 400 views, 500 views. And then one day I did this video on Poland. And honestly, when I did the video, I was like, okay, it's just going to get, 500 views, whatever, 400 views. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I literally didn't expect anything of it. And in like 2 hours, it's like, you got 40,000 views. And I was like, what? I had to like refresh the page because I thought it was a glitch. Like 40. The video was about, no. It was about the controversy between Poland and Israel. So Israel was saying, Israel called the Nazi concentration camps that were positioned in Poland Polish death camps, and Poland said, yeah, and Poland said, hey, those aren't Polish death camps; those are German-built death camps. Those aren't Polish death camps, and the Israelis were like, no, they're Polish death camps because all the Poles were collaborators, et cetera, et cetera. And I remember the prime minister or the president of Poland, Mr. I forgot his name, Mateo something. I forgot his last name. He said that they were Jews who collaborated with the Nazis. Does that make them Jewish death camps because some people collaborated? And there are more. If you look at Yad Vashem, which is this, I think it's like this big Holocaust museum, they have the names of all these people who they've documented all the people who helped Jews during the Holocaust, and the people that helped the Jews more than any other non-Jewish people were Poles. They are more Poles who helped the Jews during the Holocaust than any other people at that time. There was a huge like anti-Nazi resistance in Poland. There was a tremendous anti-Nazi presence in Poland. Like it's complete nonsense to sit there and be like, well, these are Polish death camps. It's just crap.
Yeah, I feel like the media always has a good way of spinning the narrative.
Yes.
Especially when a country decides to go more conservative with their politics.
Yes.
And they're being the enemy. So my wife is Polish. I'm sure we spoke.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, and she's writing comments right here.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's a beautiful place. You ever been to?
I would love to go. I have not gone there yet. No.
It is beautiful. Yeah, you have to make your way there one day.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about Poland.
Yeah, especially with you being a history buff. I'm sure you're gonna fit right as well.
I would love it. Well, I remember all these Polish people started writing me, and every day, somebody from Poland was writing me, and then I checked my YouTube analytics, and it's like almost 100% of your following is Polish, and that lasted for a long time. All these Polish people, and then YouTube got rid of me again, and then like I started over. But now with BitChute, because now there are other social media platform. Now with BitChute, it's like I'm always going to be making videos. As long as BitChute remains the way it is, I'm always going to be making videos. The problem with BitChute is that it's full of Nazis. I'm not even going to exaggerate that. It's full of a lot of big neo-Nazis. Yeah.
When you do your videos on BitChute, do you share them on all platforms as well, or are they different?
Are you asking if I make videos exclusively for BitChute?
Exactly, yeah.
Usually, no. If I make a video on YouTube, usually I upload it on BitChute. Now, if I make a video on a subject matter that's very controversial, like Sodom and Gomorrah, or anything to do with that, then I will just put it up on BitChute, because YouTube wasn't always this strict, but it's extremely strict, especially if you talk about the subject of homosexuality. Very, very strict. Very strict.
Yeah, I remember you catching a lot of flack for that. Some of your videos on there.
Yeah.
Me and my wife enjoyed the YouTube videos, especially when you go into storytelling. Recently about not to laugh, but when you went to the Spain, was it? And you had dinner with the priest that they were gonna go show you introduce you to a young lady, and it just turned out to be
yeah, that was a nightmare. Yeah, it was horrible.
We had a blast listening to that one. I mean, I'm sorry.
It was crazy. No. It's yeah. I was like, whoa, do you want to meet this beautiful Italian girl? She's the daughter of this wonderful family, and like they say, if it's too good to be true, it's usually not true. And that was the case.
Yeah.
It's like saying, well, it's like someone saying, it's not easy, but it's like if someone says, oh, if you want, I can connect you, blah, blah, blah. It's like nothing like that ever happens,
I'm going to follow up with that question. Did you at one point, let's say, became a Catholic? Because I know you're really, writing articles on it, and I was somewhat kind of confused as to where your faith went, where that journey.
Yes. Well, I started researching Catholicism in like 2000 and it's like 2008, 2007. Around that time, I started researching Catholic history, and I really, really loved it. And then I eventually converted. I got myself confirmed in 2013. But the problem is that over the years, you become like when you first start, you have conversion syndrome, and so you're like, oh, this is amazing, and you're like, you want to start the next crusade, and right. and then you meet with the priest, and the priest wants to rape you, and then you meet with another, and this other priest wants to rape you, and then you go to Italy, and there's some crazy priest there who also wants to rape you. I'm not even exaggerating, and it's like, what? Like, man, that'll change you. It changes you. Oh, yeah. It completely changes you. So I got really disillusioned with a lot of the Catholic world.
Okay.
Not to say that. Go ahead.
Where are you at now in your walk?
I'm kind of like, I have a strong sense of spirituality. Like I like to pray. I do like talking about spiritual things, but at the same time, it's like, when it comes to like the Catholic institution itself, I'm very pessimistic. Very pessimistic. I'm very doomer. I'm very doomerish.
Right. Not to put labels on anything, but where do you feel that you're at now? Are you still consider yourself a Catholic?
Yes, I do. I do consider myself Catholic because I can't deny, like, while there's all these horrible things that are happening in the church, I can't deny like the historicity of the Catholic world. I can't deny the long history and what happened in that history. I can't deny the fact that the sacraments are there. I can't deny any of that. But at the same time, when it comes to the institution itself, I still believe in the Rosary. I still pray the prayers of the Rosary, the Hail Mary and the Our Father and the Glory Be. I pray those prayers. But as far as the institution itself, I'm very, very pessimistic. Yeah, very pessimistic.
Yeah. I really was curious about that. And has it changed anything as far as how you see salvation?
How do I see salvation? I mean, I've always had the view that, like, I have the view that Christ had in regards to the Good Samaritan. So I think that if you, some people have this view that if you're not Catholic, you're going to burn in hell. And I don't hold to that view. As controversial as that may be, I don't really hold to that view because, for one thing, let's say, I'll just use the analogy that Christ used. You have a Catholic priest who's completely evil, but then you have some Protestant guy who's very righteous. What do you do with that? You're saying the priest is going to go to heaven, and the Protestant guy who's a good guy, who's a decent person, is going to burn in hell forever. I have difficulty accepting that, and I think that analogy of Christ, it kind of spearheads that concept of like, well, if you're not Catholic, you're going to burn in hell. I understand that Saint Jerome said outside of the church there is no salvation. At the same time, though, Jerome was living in an era when Christianity was the Catholic Church. So yes, like outside of the church, there is no salvation. But at the same time, what do you do with the people who are sincerely after God but aren't Catholic? Their sincerity is very strong. They're after God. They want righteousness. They have so much zeal. They'll go to a gay rally and they'll confront the people there. And I know people like that who aren't Catholics. Like, well, what do you do? But then at the same time, you got the Catholic who's voting Democrat. But you got the Catholic who's Democrat and he supports abortion. What do you do with that guy? Is he going to go to heaven and this dude's going to go to? It's like so the way I look at it is I look at people's actions more so than what they claim to believe in.
That's true.
Yeah.
I also had my conflicts with what you're saying, but being it the other way around. I believe I'm a Christian. I believe there's good Catholics out there that, like you said, they're good people.
Yes. Exactly. Exactly. You have to look at I think you have to look at the zeal and the intentions of the person. I know a guy named Jeremiah de los Santos. I can say his name because he's an activist and he's all over the internet. And I know him. His name is Jeremiah de los Santos, and he's one of the. I think he's one of the most zealous people I've ever met in my life. He will literally go. You should look him up. He's on YouTube. I can send you some of his videos. Jeremiah de los Santos. He goes right to the gay rallies, confronts people. He goes all over the place and confronts people. He goes to abortion clinics and he stands in front of the abortion clinic with a giant sign of a dead embryo. And he's like, this is what you believe in. And people have come, there were times where he was in front of the abortion clinic and he had the sign up and it said, hey, he had the big picture of a murdered embryo. And he said, what do you do with this? And there was a guy who was going into the clinic with his wife because his wife wanted an abortion. And after he saw the sign, he went back into his car and he drove. He went back to the parking lot. He drove in front of Jeremiah and he said, my wife was about to have an abortion, but we've changed our mind. And they drove away. Yeah, and there's a video you can see where he's in front of the abortion clinic, and a pregnant woman walks up to him. I think she was pregnant. It's been a while since I've seen the video, but a woman walks up to him and smacks him right on the face.
Yeah.
I mean,
my wife was going to say something about the topic we're discussing with her.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Teddy.
Hello.
So I was born and raised in Poland, Catholic, went to church, all that. And then so my dad is very Catholic still, and then my mom is what you would call born again Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And we had some experiences in Poland of we went to this place called Częstochowa, which is like a cult of Mary place where miracles supposedly happen, like healings.
Mm-hmm.
And things like that. So people go there, pilgrimages, and then they offer prayers. And then she went to confession because she hasn't been to confession because she was kind of she went to church, but it was more like a tradition. It wasn't because she felt like she believed in God. And that's kind of my experience with a lot of Catholics is they go to church because it's something they've always done.
Yeah.
And it's something their parents believed in. So to this day, my dad says oh, well, if I wasn't Catholic, my mom would roll over in her grave,
Uh-huh.
But he doesn't really read the Bible or examine his faith or anything like that. So anyway, she went to this priest to confession after 20 years of not being to confession. And this priest just got really weird on her. He was oh, well, in all these years, how many times did you have relations with your husband? And she's like, I don't know. I don't, keep track. It's been 20 years. So
Uh-huh.
She just walked away. First of all, she wasn't absolved. And she was how weird was that? Why would you ask me that? I told you generally, what my sins were. But he was, trying to get really specific. And she was just this is so weird. So I don't know. It's just a lot of things in the Catholic Church that even right now in Poland, there's all these stories coming out of these priests,
yes,
child priests, and these priests who ask these boys to go on these trips, and it's just a lot of stuff coming out right now that is just really disturbing. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen in evangelical churches or Protestant. I don't know. I feel it's just happening a lot in the Catholic churches, because I just don't know how I feel about celibacy, you know?
There's a lot of weirdness in the Catholic world, and this it took me like a year or two to finally like, because within the first 2 years of being confirmed, there were 2 priests who were sexually harassing me, and it was horrible. It was really bad, and then you have like the fact that I went to the authorities, the Catholic authorities, and I said, hey, this guy is these and I gave the names, and I spent hours with these people I spent hours with these 2 guys who were in charge of hearing these sorts of things, these sorts of complaints, and they did absolutely nothing about it. And I remember a year later calling up one of the guys, and I put the conversation on the internet, but it's not there. I should probably re-upload it, but I told this guy, I said, what have you guys done? And the guy told me, and in a way it's like it wasn't his fault, but he said, there's nothing we can do about this, because the only way that we can get rid of this guy is through the Vatican, and the Vatican won't do it. And so it's just, when you see things like that, it's just really hits you.
Yeah, because it's pretty serious, you know, because we're talking about lives of like very vulnerable individuals.
Yeah.
That's something that could really mess them up. Yes.
Yeah, and you scandalize people, and then people want to leave the church, and people become atheists, and so and then they'll say, well, you know, why are these people leaving the church? Well, I can see why people leave the church. I can totally see why.
I mean, I look at like the example of my mom, who was never really Catholic. She went to church, and then my dad, who's so Catholic, and yet he's not practicing Catholicism. And then my mom, who started reading her Bible, like now she's reading her Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And so I look at my dad, who's supposedly Catholic, and then my mom, and it's like, it kind of turns me off of, you know, Catholicism, just because of his example, how he lives his life daily.
Yeah, and what you're saying is very common. I've seen this amongst the Mexican population as well. Like, you have people who are like, they get very upset when one of their daughters or one of their sons leaves the Catholic Church, but they themselves don't even practice anything. So it's a cultural identity, if anything.
Absolutely. Even like to this day, like my husband and I, we didn't have like a church wedding. And if I mention it to my dad that we want to do it at my mom's church, or like the church I go to, he's like, well, it's not a Catholic church, so I'm not going to come. Like, I'm not going to be there.
Yeah, that's very common. That's very common. Yeah, it's more of a national identity, and that's the problem. When religion becomes a national identity, then it just ruins everything, because then it's not about the spiritual reality of it. It's just about the label, and then really nothing. And it's like this person from Malta that I was talking to before. He was telling me about how in Malta everyone is indifferent to the gay agenda in Malta, and the reason why most people are indifferent is because Catholicism is just a national identity. It's a national label. There's no zeal to anything, and without zeal, then you have nothing. I mean, there's nothing there. It's just like a candle that's not lit.
And is your father in the same journey as far as being a Catholic? No.
Yeah, very similar. Yes, he was confirmed in the same year I was confirmed. He made that decision, and after seeing what I had experienced, he himself became very disillusioned with it all. Very disillusioned.
No, very interesting. You know, I respect both of you very much.
Mm-hmm.
As far as your theology and your insight into, you know, the Bible is pretty, you know, nurturing. You know, I've been following for quite some time, ever since your dad started writing the books. So
I remember when I was in Italy, my father had a. I've never shared this story, but I remember my father. He had like I don't want to say a meltdown, but he got like really angry at this guy who's supposedly a monk in a monastery. But this guy wasn't very much a monk. I mean, he was listening to like Bohemian Rhapsody and Prince, and
Okay.
Oh yeah, he was a complete weirdo. This guy.
Millennium monk.
He was a weirdo. He was not trustworthy. He was very suspicious, this guy. He was very suspect, this guy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And he's listening to Bohemian Rhapsody, and he's listening to, like, we were in the car, because we didn't drive any cars in Italy. We didn't rent a car or anything like that. So this guy was our ride for much of the time we were there. So this guy, we were driving down this like highway area in Emilia Romagna, which is a state up north in Italy. And it's very beautiful. It's like you can see the countryside and there's farmland everywhere, but it was like 9:30 at night. And this guy turns on the radio, and it's like he's playing like super loud techno music, but it wasn't the techno that was the problem. It was the lyrics in the techno. The lyrics were like, I don't even want to say what was being said in the song. It wasn't even bad language. It was like sexually explicit stuff. And he looks at me and he says, "Is this music bad?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's bad." And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And he turns it off. He changes the channel. And my father asked this guy, he said, "If you see a woman being raped, what would you do?" And my dad asked random questions like this to people. He says, "If you see a woman being raped, what would you do?" And this guy says, "Well, the first thing that I would do is," and he had a very like gay voice, this guy. He was like, "Well, the first thing I would do is I would call the authorities." He's like, "Then I would say some prayers."
Wow.
And my father just started yelling at this guy in the car. He said, my dad was like, "You're a hypocrite. You are everything wrong with the Catholic Church. Everything. You people like you are everything wrong with the Catholic way." He was dead serious.
Yeah.
And I was in the back I was in the back seat. When this guy said, I would do a prayer, I literally said, this guy didn't speak any English, but I literally said, dude, you really gave the wrong answer on this one. And my dad just starts screaming at this guy.
Yeah.
And I was in the back just laughing. I was laughing really hard. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, that was the thing. It's like, and my dad told me, he says, this is the whole Catholic world is diseased by this.
Yeah, I would like confirm your experience. When I went to elementary school in Poland, we had religion as a subject, and there was this teacher who would always just like the way he would look at us, like he would never look us in the eyes. He would always look at our breasts, and like it wasn't just like one person's perspective. It was like, why is he looking at every girl's breast when he's talking to them? So it's just like a lot of that like vibe that you get.
Yeah,
that's just something's off. Like
yeah, and that vibe is always true. When you have that vibe, it's true. It's real. When you have a vibe and you say, if you meet someone and you get a vibe that this guy's a weirdo, that vibe is always true. Always. Never mistrusted. Always trusted. It's always 100%. I never ignore what my
suspicions are. I never ignore my gut instinct. Never.
Yeah.
Never, because it's always right.
But you know what's really interesting? Like, when my mom brings up these stories to my dad, his reaction, instead of saying like, "Yeah, you're right, like this happens," he's like that lawyer for the Catholic Church. He defends it to the death. Like, just his response is very weird. Or he says, "Well, in the Protestant Church, there's also this stuff going on."
Yeah.
So it's never just acknowledging. It's just always this attack. Like, you're trying to attack my church and my tradition and my forefather.
Right. It's called the whataboutism. Whataboutism. It's if I say, "Hey, what about this? What about that? What about this?" And it's kind of a weaselly way to get out of a discussion, to get out of an argument. So if I say, and you see this all the time, not just in personal conversations, but like on the internet, you see this all the time. Like every time, if you say something like, if I say something like, the Nazis killed a lot of people, there's always that one guy who's going to say, "Well, Stalin killed millions of people." It's like, well, to hell with Stalin. You know, like why even? We know this already, but like, why is it? But the reason why they do that is because they don't want you to talk about what you're talking about. They want you to talk about what they want you to talk about, and that's it. They want to. It's a way to control the discussion. So if I say like, hey, you know, these Nazis who went into who go to like a church, or they go to a Walmart and they kill a bunch of people, you know, that's pretty bad. And you always have that one guy who says, well, what about the left and Black Lives Matter? It's like, well, we're not talking about that, you know, but they want to isolate the entire discussion to what they want to talk about. Yeah. So that's what it's a whataboutism. That's all it is. But yeah, what you're going through with your father seems to be very typical of Catholic societies, like traditional Catholic countries. Cultural Catholic countries are this way. Mexicans are very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not even about the faith. It's about your identity. Mm-hmm. So if you say, well, I have problems with the Catholic Church and here are my issues, it's like you are attacking the cultural heritage of the country.
Yeah, but it's like this blind loyalty. It's like you can't criticize we can't criticize what's wrong with it. He can't criticize his father, who has done all these terrible things. But yet he carried that little, I don't know what it's called in English, it's like, we call it baldahim. It's what in processions, they carry that like over the priest's head. I don't even know what it's called.
I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know the name of it in English.
So my grandpa was one of those dudes that would carry that for 30 years. And yet when you look at his life, he's a pretty like terrible human being. Like he kicked out my mom from his house when she was pregnant because she wouldn't sit at the table when everyone was drinking, and it's just this like I don't know, bipolar. Like here I am serving in church for 30 years as a Catholic, and yet I treat my family so badly.
Yeah.
An anti-Semite, and yeah, it's
Lord,
weird.
you get called an anti-Semite?
No, my grandpa was like, he was always like, oh, they're just and like I don't identify with the views of my grandpa, but this is what I grew up hearing as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Very, like you said, like very anti-Semitic, anti-communist, and yet like in his Catholicism he wasn't a very good Catholic.
Yeah.
So I love my grandpa, but I'm gonna be objective. I'm not just gonna say, oh, he's just this wonderful person, because he's not.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's also racist, because I have a cousin who married an African American who lives in Chicago, and he said things like, oh, he's so black. And
right.
I mean, he's old school. Like he's originally from Lithuania, but very old school, very just traditional Catholic, but not a good Catholic.
Yeah, they are definitely racist in who go to church. Yeah, you see this a lot in like the Latin right, not all Latin right, but like specifically the hardcore. Hold on, I got this thing that popped up. Sorry. Like the traditionally like hardcore right wing Catholic, like there's a lot of racism that goes on in there. Yeah, and they have like weird obsessions with like the Holy Roman Empire and the Habsburg Empire, and they have like these weird fantasies of going back to some old time in the 1800s or something, and I just can't entertain stuff like that. I think it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Or they want to bring back like some monarchy from the past.
Yeah, I just, it's important to be able to examine your views and read and be educated. But if you refuse to do that and you just blindly follow the religion or the tradition of your family, then I just don't agree with that. So that's the bottom line for me. Just be open-minded, educate yourself, and then you can make your choice for what you want to follow. but I didn't have like, I observed my dad, and I don't really want to be like him, and I actually am a lot like him.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, it's inevitable. You're going to inherit things from your parents, no matter how, if you like it or not. It's just a matter of like recognizing when you're doing the negative aspects of your parents' personality that you have to look for. Yeah. You have to have that, like, you have to have that that awareness of it, But that can be very, very difficult. A lot of people have difficulty having that level of awareness. I myself have difficulty doing that, but I try my best to do that.
Yeah, and we don't have a lot of family in Chicago. A lot of our families are back in Poland. Grandma, my grandpa, he's still alive. The grandpa I'm talking about, he's like 99, still alive, still doing his church service. But we're very close-knit here in Chicago because we don't have a lot of family. So, there's that very strong bond with the families, but we're always fighting because we disagree on so many things. But
are Polish people argumentative people in general?
We're very, very pessimistic, always complaining. Don't ask us how we're doing because we're going to tell you the truth.
Like Russians. Russians are pretty much the same way.
Yeah. If you're in Poland and you try to say hello to somebody that you don't know, they're not going to say hello back.
Sounds like Canadians. That was my experience in Canada. I was saying hi to random people, and they were like giving me the weirdest looks. And this lady was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, I'm just saying hi." Like, we don't do that here. I'm like, "Oh, well, in America, yeah, they it's just bizarre to them."
Not like Latin America where everybody greets each other.
Oh, and in America, they kiss each other when they greet each other. I was shocked by that when I first came to Mexico. People were, I'm like, I don't, what? What are you doing?
Yeah, quite friendly.
Shocking to me, but they were very insulted when I would kind of like turn them back, like, what are you doing? But they were people were insulted by that. But they don't understand, like in America, like when you kiss someone, you're either gay or you're in a relationship.
But in Poland, we do kiss our, I remember in growing up, we do kiss our like uncles and aunts on the cheeks. We do like, but we never know if it's like 2 times or 3 times. So that's always like awkward.
Right.
But we do that in Poland. I remember growing up, like my uncles would kiss me on the cheeks 3 times or 2 times. And yet we're very, I think it just, with strangers, we're very wary and we really say hi. If you go into a store, you're not going to be kindly attended. Like
right.
Maybe someone will say hi. So when I came to America and everyone was so friendly, it was quite a culture shock for me.
Well, I remember when I was in Italy, have you ever been to the Vatican?
No. Okay. So
well, okay, when I was, Spain's wonderful.
Yeah,
I love Spain is awesome. I love Spain. When I was in the Vatican, if you ever go to the Vatican, it's basically like a little United Nations. There's so many foreign people there because it's the center of Catholicism. So there's a huge foreign presence there. And so when I was in St. Peter's Square, there was a whole bunch of Polish people that were there. And they made their presence very obvious because they were holding this giant flag of Poland. So when they passed by me, and I remember the Poles from that day that I got all those views on that video and I got all those messages. So like, I have a positive outlook to Polish people. Like I have positive experiences with them so far. And so when I saw them, I was like, yeah, Poland. And they were like, yes. And they all like cheering and clapping, and it was a lot of fun. So I didn't get the impression that they were like a cold-blooded people.
No, they're not. Maybe to other Poles it seemed that way, but when I was in Poland, and I'm from born here, but my parents are from El Salvador. I got a good vibe off most Polish people. Really, I don't know, maybe because I was different. I don't know, but they're great people. They're great people.
I mean, once. Like, if you come into the family, they all want to party, and they're like,
oh, yeah. Like Mexicans.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They remind me of Mexicans. Mexicans are like that. They want to have tequila, and they want to party and have a good time, yeah.
Yeah. I always told my wife it reminds me of that Latin culture. maybe it's because of Catholicism.
I think that's what it is. It's the Catholic influence.
Yeah.
Because Catholicism. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I do see a lot of similarities between like Mexicans and Polish people.
Well, because Catholicism is centered in Italy, and Italians are like that. So, like, you had all these, and a lot of Christianity came from Greece as well. So it's you have like all this Italian and Greek influence in Catholic countries. That's what it is. So it's like you have basically, because I don't think indigenous people in Mexico or in South America were acting like they act today before Christianity came. I think they were obviously very different people. Like their culture was very different. And Catholicism came and changed everything. It just changed how people's outlook toward things. But in a way, like I think a lot of that Latin, like for example, Mexicans and Spaniards are very similar, culturally speaking. They have a lot of similarities. And when I was in Spain, I literally thought I was in Mexico. I'm like, I feel like I'm back in Mexico. And the reason for that is because it's very simple. When the Spaniards brought Catholicism to the New World, they brought the Spanish culture with them. So.
Yeah, no, except that they're very, when it comes to the language, they get very, not offended, but they, that pure Spanish from Spain, like, even my husband, he gets, when it comes to like dialects of Spanish, he thinks, oh, Mexicans, they don't speak that Spanish that we
No, they don't.
in El Salvador. Like they think they're the purest of Spanish, but
well, Mexicans don't speak, like the people in Latin America who speak closest to Spaniards are probably like Chileans and Argentinians and Uruguayans, like Argentinians especially. They have they're even Cubans. Like I think the way that Cubans have a very funny way of speaking Spanish. Like for example, if you would say like a pinch of salt, you would say like in Mexico they would just say something like un poco de sal, but in Cuba they would be like un poco de sal, and they don't pronounce all the vowel, like all the letters. They're kind of like New Yorkers, and.
And same with Puerto Rico. I feel like that with Puerto Rico, they always cut off the end of their words.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, the Cubans are the same, but I think that Argentinians, like out of all the people in Latin America, I would say like Chileans, Argentinians, and maybe like Uruguayans, they have the closest to the Spanish way of speaking. But like Mexicans speak Spanish very differently from Spaniards. Mexicans speak a little bit slower.
That's the one that I can understand. Like to me, it's the clearest. And also Colombia, they pride themselves on because the correlation between their orthography and how they pronounce words is the closest, like the purest. So they said the Bogota in Colombia is like the best Spanish, supposedly.
Which Bogota?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that. But like, yeah, it just seems to me that like when I was in Spain, there are certain people from different areas of Spain that when you listen to them, they speak super fast, like super fast. It's like a different language altogether.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the list that they have.
Well, they pronounce the Z, and I think the C with the th sound. But that's more in the north. In the south, it's not as amplified. It's a little bit more hidden in the south. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. I love languages, so to me, this is fascinating.
Well, isn't like Polish? Like when I listen to Polish, correct me if I'm wrong, but just from listening to it, it kind of sounds like Ukrainian, kinda.
Oh yeah, definitely. We can understand Ukrainians and Polish people. We can definitely have a conversation. Not so with Russian.
Yeah, Russian is different.
Yeah.
What's interesting though is I've heard that the language closest to Russian is Bulgarian. That's what I've heard. Yeah, I've heard that if you listen to the Bulgarian language, it's actually the closest to Russian. In fact, Russians can go to Bulgaria and vice versa, and kind of like they can communicate with each other pretty well, I hear. Yeah, because
I did not know that. But yeah, Ukrainians for sure. We can understand each mutually intelligible, even though they're two different languages.
But isn't it true that there's a lot of anger between the two people?
I don't honestly. I don't know. I don't know a lot of Ukrainians.
Oh, okay. Because I heard about there was like some crazy massacre that happened in Poland. It was like Volin or something.
There was some old gentleman who was kind of involved with like Ukraine and how like the loyalty switched some point in history. I'm not really good with history, but like what you said, like that happened, you know, where all of a sudden people from Ukraine and Poland, because you know how the borders, they kind of change.
Yeah. Yes, they did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially after World War One.
Conflict there, and anyway, he would tell us all these crazy stories, but yeah, there's definitely something in history that makes us not be the best of friends. But I personally, like with any nation, I don't really have any beef with them.
Right. And that's the way it should be. Like we shouldn't just keep reviving old hatreds. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I have family. My dad's brother lives in Germany, and my cousin grew up in Germany, so she speaks like fluent German. And then my great grandfather was, in a concentration camp. But I can't look at her and be like, well, you speak German, so I don't like you, or
Right, exactly. Yeah, people can get pretty crazy with stuff like that. But I remember, I remember talking to people from Serbia, and like the amount of hatred that there is between Croats and Serbs is unreal. I don't know if you ever experienced this, but I have. Like they hate each other, because they had a war between each other in the 1990s. So there's so much anger. Like Armenians and Turks. I mean, it's like I don't think you could be an Armenian and live in Turkey. It seems like it's impossible. Yeah, so it's weird. Like it's funny, not funny, but it's sad how like these sorts of hatreds continue on over the centuries. Almost like they can never go away. But I've always wondered, like, what would be a way to finally get rid of all this stuff? It just seems like it's almost impossible.
Yeah, like you said, it seems like if it's a more recent war conflict, then it's more fresh in their minds.
Right.
Because I mean, I go to we have a martyrdom museum in Lublin. That's where I'm from. I'm from Lublin, just southeast of Poland, and we go to the museum, and you have the ovens and the gas chambers, and it's very real. And to this day, I remember going. It was like an art installation that they had with barbed wire and light bulbs, and it was dark, and then there was these voices recorded of prisoners. And it really, I remember being in maybe, 5th grade, and there was like pictures of the Gestapo man, the SS man, and to this day, it just really had an impact on me, on what happened in that time in history. But I can't say that we had like German exchanges with students. We had students from Germany in elementary school coming and living with me, staying with me, and we would take them to the concentration camp to show them. But it wasn't like, oh, look what your people did.
No.
It was more of like, let's just learn history together and how we can come together and learn from this.
Right. And I remember when I was in I was in Italy, and I went to this church, and there was a lady there. It's like a really, really old church, and there was a lady there who was she was giving like little booklets out about like the history of the church and everything, and they were and the sign said something like, I speak like 5 languages, like 4 or 5 languages. And I'm like, how many languages do you speak? And she was telling me that she speaks like English. She said, I speak French, I speak German, I speak Polish, so I was like, where are you from? And she's like, oh, I'm from Poland. I was like, oh, okay, because she didn't look Italian. Italians have a certain look, and she didn't have that look. And she's like, oh, I'm from Poland. And so we started talking about Poland, and I said, yeah, I read about like the anti-Nazi history in Poland, and she was like so excited to talk to me about it. You see the look on her face because, like, I don't think a lot of people in Poland talk about that. I don't think a lot of people talk to Polish people about that sort of thing. Like you guys fought, like, really helped fight against the Nazis and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, who really knows what Holocaust is nowadays?
There are people who've never even heard of it. There are people in America, literally like Zoomers, who have never heard of the Holocaust. It's crazy. I remember when I was in junior high and I'm talking to other people, and I remember meeting this kid who said, "What's the Holocaust?" And I literally believe he was joking with me, and he wasn't. He's like, "I've never heard of it before."
We recently saw a video on YouTube where somebody's in like California and Venice Beach asking random people if they heard of the Holocaust.
Yeah.
And people would not know how to answer. One person said, "Is that in California?" Like, what?
Is that a rock band or something? Like,
yeah, I don't know if to laugh or cry, to be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty disturbing. But I think that like the World War II veterans are pretty much dying out, and I think that when they die out, that's when we're going to see like some serious changes in the historical narrative. I think.
Yeah, I mean, you could already see them changing it a little bit, even with like the Turkish government.
With the Armenian genocide, yeah.
Yeah, even now, they recently, I mean, you're probably way more knowledgeable on what happened there, but didn't they go to war for a couple days or a week?
You're talking about Azerbaijan?
Yes.
Yeah, they had a war that lasted for, I think, like 2 months or something.
So that country you just mentioned is not Armenian?
It was Azerbaijan versus Armenia, essentially.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but like Turkey was pretty much involved throughout the entire time.
Right, I'm sure it's like a little proxy war.
Yeah, exactly, a proxy war, precisely.
Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, since I read that book, I've always kept my eyes on the Middle East and what comes of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Middle East is the Eastern world in general, not just the Middle East, but like Eastern Europe and everything like that. For some reason, bad things tend to begin there. It's like World War I begins in the Balkans, and then like it begins in the Balkans with the assassination of the Archduke, and like World War II begins with. Well, World War II kind of began with the Spanish Civil War. But like things really begin to explode when the Germans invade Poland and Czechoslovakia and all that. So like things tend to begin in the Eastern world and they travel westward.
Yeah.
That's why I think we should like keep our eye out on the Balkans, because that area is still fresh from the war that happened back in the 90s, and it's like that place is still hot. Like it's still filled with tension.
Yeah, exactly. It's still the people haven't forgotten.
Nope. Yeah, I remember meeting a guy from Serbia, and he said that he was talking about like how the Croats were this and they're that, and he's like, I remember he told me like in this bout of anger, he said, "I wouldn't mind just killing all these people." And I don't know if he meant like every Croat in the world or like just the bad ones. But he was really upset. And then I remember years later meeting this Catholic priest who was Croatian. And he said, I thoroughly enjoyed watching Serbs die in the bombing of Kosovo. And I was like, what? That was weird.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Well, it was really cool talking to you.
Absolutely.
You're hopping out on Fridays now?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do a live stream every Friday by myself, and then Sunday it's my dad and I.
Right. Yeah, we catch Sunday. We're pretty adamant about catching the Sunday.
I'm glad.
Catch your dad.
Yeah, absolutely.
We really appreciate your input and all your knowledge, and I am rereading your father's book because I just feel like, now we know each other.
Yeah.
So I want to know your story. I love learning about people's stories.
Sure.
And I was an English major. I love learning stories. I'm a linguist as well. So anyway, thank you for all that you do, and just continue running the race and fighting the good fight.
Absolutely. You guys too.
All
right. God bless you guys.
God bless you.
All right. You too. Bye-bye. Bye. Well, that was fun. I've been streaming for 4 hours, Anyway, it was fun talking to you guys. I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. All right, have a good weekend, guys. Bye bye. God bless.